Yasser Sarouan. Welcome to the 2015 edition of the Tata Steel Chess Festival here in the Demorion in Vachier-Lagrave. I'm delighted to have with me Hans Bohm as our guest.
Hello, Yasser.
Hans, I am thinking of you actually as Mr. Vachier-Lagrave.
No.
Because of your extraordinary history
Yes,
here
I
in
have
the
a history. I have a history.
Explain to the people.
Yes. Well, I think it started maybe even before, but anyway, it started when I was the champion of the Netherlands for the youth. That was in 1967. So my history goes back for nearly 50 years here. And so I played in all. You have 2,000 players who are competing here, and they all have groups.
Right.
And all these groups are sitting around in this big hall.
Oh, yes.
I think I've been sitting everywhere there, in the lower groups and the left and right, and in the master group and in the grandmaster group.
Right.
So I played everywhere in this tournament hall, so that was nice. Yeah, it's a very nice. But the stories go, of course, they go to the nightlife of Vachier-Lagrave. They go to the strange things, the hotels. They go to the very good chess players like Tal and Kortsnoy, who were playing blitz with all these players in the evening, in the good old times.
Nice.
Najdorf, for instance. I played blitz with Najdorf all night for $5 a game.
Wow.
And
how did the old man do?
He lost, but he didn't. He didn't pay.
In that case, he doesn't pay.
No, and I took him by his ear, and I tell you, you must pay, you know. And the next day he said, "Yeah, but you were too good," and so it was funny.
Very nice.
Funny old man he was.
But also, you obviously your role as a player, but you've done everything in terms of journalism. You've been writing, television, radio. You hosted so many programs here in Vachier-Lagrave.
After '85, I stopped actually playing, and from this moment on, after '85, I was doing the radio and television and programs, and also involved. The chess was involved, but
and I also recall that you were personally. I was very grateful to you. The first time I had played in Vachier-Lagrave was in 1980. And I had played in Hastings, but there was a scheduling conflict. I missed the opening ceremony. You have picked my number.
Number one.
Number one.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, we started.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, 2 days before this tournament started, there was a train from The Hague to Venlo, which is about the southest part of our country. And in this train, Anish Giri, our top player, and Anne Haast, the women's champion of the Netherlands, and me. We played with everybody who just entered the train, and everybody got a chess set. It was a very nice cooperation between Tata Steel and the railway company, or National Railway Company. And this was actually a very nice idea. I don't know if we have pictures of this train.
We'll try to bring them up on the screen.
If we don't have them, you believe me.
Yes, that it was very nice. So these were just commuters who were coming on and off the train, and they would play some parties.
Well, there was also some children. I mean, look at this. You can see them. Very nice. So very nice. Just children and old men and people from other countries. Just random travelers. Very nice. Now look at they enjoy the chess.
Oh, very nice. So this was
actually you see this little table there.
Yes.
So the idea was actually afterwards we talked, tried to evaluate this nice thing, and we said to the people from the railway station, why don't you put a chess set just into on the table,
right?
And you can rent a chess set or drafts.
Yes.
It's the same thing.
Yes.
And you have this silent
compartments.
compartments.
Yeah.
So then you can just enjoy playing with whoever enters the train.
A very nice way of traveling indeed. And then, of course, yesterday was the opening ceremony. And that was very special because we had dancers from a particular...
Yeah, well, this tournament, I think they started last year, tries to get more action into society. So not only here in Vachier-Lagrave, where everything happens, where the chess is, it is a chess village, but they want to do more, try to get more
outreach.
And the outreach. And last year they went to the Rijksmuseum.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, Rijksmuseum, and also to our most intelligent square kilometer, which is in Eindhoven.
The high tech.
The high tech.
Yeah.
And this year they go to Rotterdam, the city of the harbor, and to The Hague, where our government is situated. So that's only the Grandmaster Group A.
Right.
But they will play there one of these rounds.
Yes.
And
that's
so
also very
so
nice.
this tournament goes out, and the dancers during the opening ceremony came from a college from Rotterdam. So I don't know if we have a nice picture or maybe some moving things.
You had something like 7 white ladies, 7 white dancers.
Yeah, beautiful dancers, and they danced everything. So classic, hip hop, urban, whatever you. And they showed this.
Yes.
And then there were 14 dancers. And so the 14 players had to choose one dancer,
yes.
And he showed some number. He lifted some a breast or something else, and then under this was a number.
Very nice.
This was the way we had the number. Yeah. The whole ceremony lasted not longer than 1 hour.
Yeah.
With all the official speeches. It was a very beautiful speech. Well, not beautiful, but a very interesting speech of the man who represented Tata Steel.
The CEO.
And here we see the
opening.
Yeah, here the opening ceremony. Opening ceremony.
And this was the gentleman of the CEO of the Tata Steel. Speaking.
Yeah, and of course he said something about Paris, but in very, very good words. Very, meaningful and respectful words, because it influences, of course, also the chess society, every society.
Absolutely.
And he did this.
There
you see, you saw this. The skirt. He lifted the skirt. Yeah. And he was in the jacket. Yeah, it was
very
nice.
Sweet.
It's nice that we have these pictures. It gives some.
So a very nice opening ceremony to begin, and today, of course, is round 1.
Yeah.
And the extraordinary thing is the tournament, from the Dutch perspective, most especially, starts with a bang.
A big bang.
A big bang,
Yeah.
because we have Giri, as you said, the Dutch number 1, and now number 7 in the world, has really been having fantastic progress, playing against the world champion, and as we know. Anish has had success already against Magnus in
this he has a positive score because he never lost. But on the other hand, I think that Carlsen takes him much more serious now than before. So it's another thing. So it's good that Giri has white.
Yes.
On the other hand, it doesn't matter with Magnus, because he's going for a playable position.
Always,
whatever. The evaluation is, and as soon as he has this type of position where you cannot outcalculate him, and he starts playing with feeling, and look at this already.
Shall we go from the start?
Let's go from the start.
Okay, so Anish, as we would expect, plays
D4.
He likes to play a Catalan, so the normal routine for Magnus is the knight f6, e6 setups. But Magnus, as we know, can play Grunfeld and what have you. G6,
actually modern. No, G6. I don't think we cannot call it any more modern, but it used to be modern.
There was the modern.
There was a time it was modern.
It's a kind of invitation for the Perk, which C4 declines. He says we want to play a queen pawn opening, E4, D6.
Already this. Bishop G7 is already a funny thing, because if he starts with D6, later on he will play E5, but you have E5 and C5 to go for this D4 square. Yeah. But if you do it like this, then you can just keep the bishop on F8. No?
Yes, and this was actually my preferred move order. I was always very pleased to get
of
this
course,
ending.
you have C6 and the king to C7.
Exactly.
And this pawn on C4 is terrible because of the bishop of F1.
And
Black is even very okay. Maybe even a little bit better.
So this was in fact, what Magnus did is he committed himself with bishop g7
Some
already.
King's Indian invitation.
Right, knight f3, e5. And again, he's basically saying, if you would like to trade queens, you're welcome.
Yes.
An invitation that was declined with knight c3, knight c6.
Yeah.
Bishop g5. Here, there's a small issue that white may have, that after bishop e3, basically black's pieces are bearing down on d4, so that after bishop g4, this pair...
d5, knight d4.
And that's awkward.
Also, but it's also a lot of theory about this.
Exactly. So what white first does is he plays bishop to g5,
f6,
f6,
and now
bishop e3.
Because now you don't have this business with bishop g4.
Exactly. Bishop g4, bishop g4 can be met by, pardon me, let's say bishop g4 could be met by d5, and there's no jumping here because the bishop no longer has the view of the d4 square.
Very good.
So instead of bishop g4, Magnus has played knight h6.
Yeah, because you have a nice square on f7, of course, for the knight.
Yes, and at the moment, knight g4 is an issue. So
you have people who play whatever you do, play d6 and sometimes e6 and f6 and g6 and f6 and knight h6 and knight. You cannot stop them from doing that. Stop them from doing this. And we had a guy in the Netherlands, Duchâtel. He always played this. He was a good player. He was the Premier League. And he always played. You knew he was coming.
Yes.
And then he didn't care whether you put your pawn on c5, d5, e5. It doesn't matter. And he had good results, because all these knights, they are coming later.
Yes.
And the bishops are.
So in this position, I don't personally. I'm not attracted to this line personally as white. Because I think that black has pretty harmonious setup. For example, if we were to play, let's just say, in a brutal type of straightforward way, then what we would see, for example...
And later on you get f5, he's coming. And then you have, you want to play f3 now, but you can't.
You can't. And black has a very harmonious setup.
And so look at all this is exactly the strength of this setup for black. Look at all these, the two knights and the bishops, they're beautifully placed. And you can also play bishop h6 whenever you want. You don't do it, but whenever you want, you can do it.
Yes. I mean, I know that the theory goes a very long way from here. Actually, I have also seen this type of play
but I think black is okay.
But I agreed. I don't see this as being a dangerous line of play for black.
Probably the computer. I don't know if we see the evaluation here, but probably the computer will say it's equal. But I don't know about you, but I would prefer black.
It's a personal taste, but yes, exactly. I don't see that this as being a dangerous line of play.
No.
But let's see what else Anish might play here. Again, knight g4 is an issue that should be addressed. Do we have other ideas beside d5? Maybe h3? I don't know if this is a good move. It feels like a losing of a tempo.
But if he goes to f7, there's no point in this whole...
Well, exactly. Normally speaking, what white needs to do is not close the position down, but quite the opposite, to try to leave it open.
But now you take on c5 if you do this.
Okay, we take on c5. Normally speaking, we're going to answer that with this one.
Okay, I can
so
take
we
back.
like to, and you could take back, absolutely. We will take back. And, okay, in this moment, you have the right to put a knight on d4, but... be careful, there will be bishop c4 usually as the response. Yeah?
Well, then bishop e6.
Oh, you mean immediately like so?
Yeah.
Like so.
Bishop e6.
And
maybe.
bishop e6.
Yeah.
But we have to be careful that we're not doing something
very bad.
Yes, like we're hanging something.
Well, so far I saw it was protected.
I'm a little bit worried that I may have a checky. And that might be a irritating somewhat.
That's rather irritating. Yeah.
Okay. But these are ideas that White needs to do, because if he closes the position down, it's very cooperative for Magnus.
Yeah, that's correct.
So, but I don't see better choices than what we've been looking at.
Then H3, you mean?
Well, H3 is not a move that makes me joyful.
No.
I don't see that. Maybe I can play the position in a totally different way.
D5, take?
I was going to offer this as a possibility.
Really?
I'm not pleased, by the way. I mean, I do it reluctantly, shall we say. So I just ask for the moment, your inclination is to recapture with the d-pawn. You like to keep this. Okay, so now I will try to disturb you with a move like c5. Again, I don't fully believe what I'm proposing.
No.
But I do have the idea of bishop c4, maybe bishop b5, just to be irritating.
But you don't threaten to... Okay, for instance, bishop e6, no?
Yes, bishop e6
looks logical.
Very logical move. Okay, I'm not threatening anything special, I agree. Just bishop b5. At the moment, we all agree that black can play knight g4. But it's a kind of a jump to emptiness. Like, you don't want... I will get the tempo back later, you know. At the moment, there's no... You're looking for something.
Okay, but if I castle short,
absolutely.
I'm not sure whether you're going to take on c6, because then you cannot jump with the knight to
d5.
d5 anymore. And
well, you know me, I'm an old pawn grubber, Hans, like yourself, by the way. I know you like winning pawns as much as the next person. And
queen e8? No?
Yes, queen e8. Let us at last develop our rook.
Okay.
And it's a game. I can't make any great claims. All I know is that in these positions, when White closes the position down, normally speaking, there's a bit of happiness in Black's camp. If you recall the fantastic match of 1990, the World Championship between Anatoly Karpov White, Gary Kasparov Black, Anatoly was playing the Gligerich variation of the King's Indian with bishop e3 and was getting this structure and was doing these types of things to Gary and making Gary unhappy about playing the King's Indian because Tolia was putting pressure with White on Gary. And so taking with the f6 pawn is not bad per se, only you have to be ready
you can take with the knight on e5 somewhere earlier. Earlier.
So
here.
So, I beg your pardon?
You take on e5?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is that possible?
Absolutely.
And now you have the choice.
Yeah, it's agreed.
You have the choice, as always in life. But now take with the d pawn.
Now we will take with the d pawn. So you are avoiding those nasty ideas, perhaps.
And I can.
Okay, and then the difference is there is no knight to be pinned.
There is nothing to be pinned.
Okay, but let's say I'm a little bit pushy, straightforward.
c6.
I take the file. You will
queen either c or e7.
We choose one for just the moment.
For the moment.
So I am limiting any damage.
Okay, knight f7
or castle as you like. And then we have again a different type of position.
Now I play, for instance, well, this goes very long, but bishop h6 I always can play as we told before. And if you exchange bishops, for instance, well then there is nothing.
Well, I don't know. It's.
Are you happy?
I was going to put a rook on d6 for a moment.
You're going to sacrifice.
I don't know if I'm sacrificing or not. I just. Because you haven't castled, it's one of those things that if you drop back, knight d5 is a nasty nasty threat. Okay, so you, but we didn't do it perfectly.
We did it. We didn't.
Right?
We just were doing.
But these are
some,
just ideas.
Yeah, ideas. We can first castle before bishop h6 and whatever.
Ideas.
Okay.
Overall,
interesting opening.
When you look at this, always, I think the Vaikanze fields are always incredibly interesting, regardless of the budget problems or what is going on in the world of chess, world championship matches, candidates, I don't know. Always the fields have their own stories.
Yeah, the funny thing is, you have this explanation, and you are the host. But in an hour, I will go just 1 kilometer from here
to do the live.
There's with live audience.
Yes.
So if you're interested to see the players and to be here, not only sitting behind your computer, but please come one day to Vaikanze.
Absolutely, great.
And besides, there is a nice pub, and there is everything to do, and all these 2,000 players are playing. But there's also this live commentary, and then. Every time I start with the introduction of the round, I say, you made a very good choice today. Because today, look at these. Giri plays Carlsen. This is the only day that but you can say every day there is a very special game, and
exactly.
And look at this, the Grandmaster Group B that we are not
fantastic
with Jan Timman and with Navarra.
Yes.
What is the difference between number 1? In Group B, there's Navarra with 27-20,
yes.
And the last
22-40 or something, almost 500 rating.
This is young guy from
Australia,
from 14 years or not?
No, that is Sam Sevian. He's coming from.
Yeah, he was born after 2000.
Yes.
Can you imagine? There's more than 50 years between the youngest and the oldest. More than 50 years. My whole history here. And on the other hand, there's more than 500 points ELO difference between number 1 on the list and number last.
Yes.
That's incredible. 500. That's not fair, actually.
No.
Shouldn't he give him something like in the old days, a pawn or an extra move?
An extra hour? Something.
Please
nice.
give the guy something. It's not fair.
Because otherwise he's just wearing a very big target and saying, come and beat me. By the way, on your monitor you will see that the Grandmaster Group A, which is on the right side on the little bit elevated podium stage, and the Challengers Grandmaster B, we have 2 ladies. Oh, 3 actually. In the first group we have the women's world champion Hou Yifan. Then we have Anna Haas,
the Dutch champion, who's playing in Grandmaster Group B.
And Valentina, the lady from Russia, who is extraordinary.
European champion.
Yes. Yeah. She is a very nice mixture of players, and again with the A group, I just want
a mixture. So in ages, a mixture in sexes, a mixture in strength.
Yes, as measured by the rating.
And a mixture in nationalities.
Yes,
so what
all over.
More of a mixture can we have?
Yeah, exactly. The tournament is very good for this. I have to speak a little nationalistically. Normally, I try to be neutral in these things, but in reality, I'm very proud of the American players who are playing here. We have Sam Shanklin, who played for the U.S. Olympic team, and by the way, scored a gold medal on his board in the Tromsø Olympiad. We have Sam Sevian, one of the youngest, if not the youngest Grandmaster in the world, playing in the Challengers. And then, of course, in the A group, we have the Philippine,
American,
Who is now joined the U.S. ranks, and welcome to Wesley.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, Wesley has been doing major damage in American events, and he is a really
actually
big
you
threat.
have at the moment the threat for Carlsen is actually Caruana, of course. That's
he's
clear.
number 2.
But also look at the ages. So Carlsen is 24. Caruana and Giri, number 2 and 7, are 22. So they have two more years to go. And Wesley So is 21.
Yes.
So they still have some years to improve, to become better. And they are already very close to Carlsen. So that's the danger.
Yes.
I think that's more danger than than Aronian?
Yeah.
Am I disrespectful now?
No, I
or
don't.
because Aronian is already over 30.
Right. Well, Levon has been number 2, let's say, by the rating for almost 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, in May last year May, he still was number 2, and he had an extremely high ELO rating of 28.45. That was his peak rating.
Exactly.
But still, it looks as if he's
slipped.
The time is against him. Actually, he should have had his. You have the feeling he
should have played for the World Championship already.
Yeah. That's the feeling.
Yeah. So you don't ever discount players like Levon, of course, but
and
just
Anand,
as you said,
of course. But on the other hand, the logic says that the next
generation is
the
coming.
next is coming, and you cannot stop them.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So I think that the A group, obviously Magnus is the clear favorite, and we can talk about the ELO favorites. But if you look at the beautiful lineup of players and the, Jobava, this guy, I just love watching this game. I mean, he's just fantastically original player.
Yeah, he's the only one who is compared to Michatal.
Yeah, in
several occasions. Yeah. But also Ivanchuk, he can win and he can end it up last. That's also his problem, of course.
This is the thing about my personal history with Vachier. Whenever I played in a tournament with Vachier, I always, regardless of the field, Karpov, Kasparov, I always said Vachier is one of the favorites, starting the event, because what he could do at the chessboard was just extraordinary, and he could just blow away the field.
Queen G7 move, in 1996. Queen G7 in a known position, and you play such a move.
Yeah.
It got also the prize, of course, of the novelty of the year, but it should have been the novelty of the century. So a queen sacrifice that shook our kingdom and the chess world in 1996. A beautiful move.
And Vachier, but Hans, this is the amazing thing. Going into the tournament, he is in the bottom third of the field by the rating. So like you say, he can play hot and cold. I don't discount him at all, but he is the player that can really upset the tournament. I think Gary said it very well, Gary Kasparov, of course, when he said you never know which Ivanchuk you're going to get, the good one or the bad one. Shall we have a look around the field?
The second game, with Caruana, maybe.
Okay. Also, if you could just say a few words about Luc van Wely, because for Luc, we talked about your history. He has been playing here 20 years and more. Exactly. He is playing black today, a Perk defense.
Well, Luc has the problem in his life, I think, that he has to make. You were looking at Luc now.
Yes, a moment ago. I was just going through.
Please,
the games.
let's have a look for a while, because not about the position, but let's talk about Luc.
Of course,
because he had. I think he was of course a big professional, and
he was very dedicated.
He was dedicated to chess and everything, and then there were some doubts coming into his mind. I think the result financially of all his efforts and all his winning tournaments and what he finally received, he started to doubt about that, and maybe with a coming up a relationship or ideas with children or whatever. So this doubt feeling came into his mind. And nowadays he is, for instance, tournament director in the tournament in Hogeveen.
I saw that.
He started some side career in poker. He is very concerned with his health. He is doing the triathlon. So he does
great shape.
that is swimming 1.8 kilometers, and then cycling, I think 180 kilometers, and then running 42 kilometers, and this all in a row. And he's doing this. So he is very so in other words, he is looking around in life. The chess itself is not becoming number one anymore, and this must influence. Well, as you can see, he's number 13 on paper. Only Saric is lower in ELO rating.
I actually thought that Luke was the lowest.
No, not on the ELO list of the January, the 1st of January.
Okay.
But no, but there is something happening in his mind, and that's for the chess world. It's a shame, and maybe for Luke himself, it's maybe it's very good as a human being. You know.
But because of all of the things that you've just mentioned, so some doubts start to creep in, and then you kind of say to yourself, okay, Luke has had, I'm going to guess I'm in the right neighborhood ballpark, 20 years of experience playing in the Premier Group. He's oftentimes challenged, let's say. He has found himself in difficulty. Wouldn't it be sensible for him to step aside and say, okay, this event, I would like to see a Robin van Kampen, a younger youth, younger group, member taking.
But the thing with doubting is that you don't know.
And
you are talking about that he knows already. and then you step aside. But if you don't know, and then you are looking around and getting everywhere. He was actually offered the job that is Ivan Sokolov doing now, the training in Arabia.
In the United Arab Emirates, you mean?
Yes. Yeah. And this was first offered to Luke, but he didn't like the whole condition.
Okay.
So Ivan does it now, and he is here, and he is
with Salam,
helping Salam. So it's very nice. So
by the way, in this exact position, I have played, as you probably know, the Perk my whole life, and I have played this variation. I have had some wonderful successes and novelties in this position as black. And there are basically several main variations. As we know from Spassky Fischer, we have this variation that was played in that World Championship match from 1972. This is a very, very common line. We also have in this position a very main line that goes check, bishop d7, e5. This is where I have played my novelty against Gyula Sachs. I have captured this pawn, and after knight g4, I have captured... just a second, what did I do? I think I have captured this pawn. And then there was somehow here a perpetual check. Yeah? There was some business like this. But in this position, what's very interesting move, so there's e5, bishop b5, takes on c5.
But just d5, of course.
d5 is not that good. d5 here. But what is a very interesting idea, and black is challenged here, trust me on this one, is to take on c5, queen a5, no other move, and now a very perplexing move for the black player. Queen d4. Okay, so what is my idea? The first idea is I'm very happy if you trade, because then this ending with the pawn on e5 is very unpleasant for black, because the bishop on g7 is blocked from view. So you don't like to play takes. So your normal answer would be knight c6, and then you say to white, what are you doing? Bishop b5. And now you say, okay, I'm not very afraid of you taking my knight, so go ahead and castle. I said, I don't want your knight. I want to
exchange. I thought you would play this in one move before.
But then I would allow queen c5. And now black has a problem, because if you trade, you have nothing better than to capture this pawn on c5.
And then again you get e5.
So this move, queen d4, is actually, it's not...
irritating.
It's a very rare move. It hasn't been played in the top. And let's see, what has Timur Radjabov
You know that
done?
Timur, just to talk about the human perspective, he made a very good choice last year. He married not only a beautiful
young lady.
A lady,
yes.
but also a very wealthy lady.
Oh,
And
for chess
so-
players, this is very good. Yes.
So let's say all these problems that Luc van Wely has, he can play pure for artistic reasons.
Exactly.
He has no problem anymore with in the
making a
financial
living,
department. Yeah.
Well, a very
Okay.
good choice from him. So D5. Now this is for me is the soft move. Of course, White has space and it's kind of a Benoni style position.
Yeah.
But for me, this has always been a soft move. After C5 and Bishop D3. So normally speaking, we go back to this position. Yes. Knight F3. So normally speaking, after the move castles, not C5, Bishop D3, Knight A6, castles, we get this position, C5, D5. This is a very well-known position, and Black has committed his knight to A6.
Yeah.
Why is that important? Because as we see from the game continuation, there's no commitment now by Black. Black is not forced to play the move knight A6, which transposes.
But he wants to come with B5, so we will...
No. Now we start with
E6. Yeah. That's
so
another thing, yeah.
Here the difference is that
and then
if
you can go to C6 with
precisely.
Yeah.
That's the key, and it's a very, very key difference, by the way. So after E6, the position White does not want this position, because now there's
everything
no threats of
is,
E5. All of those E5.
Yeah, the bishop on G7 is okay. All the black pieces work.
Exactly. So that's why I always thought the variation D5 was soft, was because of this reason. Let's see if that in fact has happened. Do we have the move E6 or not?
No, he castled.
Yes.
Bishop D3, and that's the position. And Luc is thinking.
Right. And always, and this is also very important, that after Black,
A4.
So now again, the difference that we see, my knight is still on B8, so I can provoke this move A4, and now after E6. This is the way.
Maybe even better this, because then you have square B4 later. For your knight. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And also a very useful thing to know, in case you want to play this position as Black, a very useful thing to know is that the rook on E8 at the moment appears stuck.
Maybe B6 and rook A7 and E7 and whatever.
You saw it instantly,
and
which means you still have a feeling for the chess pieces, you know? You're still doing it, you know, after 50 years, the old man. But this is
the old man.
The old man.
Come on.
What
is your history, actually? What is your
collectively.
history with you? When was the first time you played here?
1980. You were the man who picked my number. I told you.
I didn't know it was the very first time
that
you
was
played
the
there.
very first. 1980. In those days, what was very funny, because we really do know that chess has evolved tremendously away from, let's say, our period. But for me, Vachier-Lagrave was always an extraordinarily special event, because I have the strong personal connection of it was here that I made my Grandmaster title. I had Grandmaster norms before the tournament, but it was here that I actually made my Grandmaster title. And in those days, what had happened was I have defeated a Grandmaster from Iceland, Gudmundur Sigurjónsson.
Sigurjónsson.
After he has resigned, the clocks were stopped, and the organizers stopped all the clocks of all the games, right during the play. Can you imagine stopping the clock of Viktor Korchnoi, Viktor Lvovich, and saying, pause for a moment, what? And they bring magnums of champagne, and they had everybody toasting me
for the
on my Grandmaster title.
Oh,
the organizers have done it here.
Oh, it is
beautiful.
But it's also ridiculous. But it's beautiful. It's memorable, but it's
memorable. You can't imagine.
You cannot imagine. It looks more as something for the Oriental, the old period.
Yeah, gentlemen and what have you.
The times that when you had a very beautiful ball in tennis that you didn't hit back, but catch the ball and applaud it for the opponent.
Yeah,
because
like
it's such a beautiful ball. I don't want to spoil this with a return. That was these times.
Yes, exactly. So let's just go around the horn a bit.
But actually, Jassa, you were talking about my history and my life, but you have done nearly the same. You were also a chess player, and then later on. So, what was your age that you actually withdrew?
I stopped in 2003. That was my official retirement, let us say, in 2003.
And what was your age then?
I was 43.
So then you played longer. I was 35 when I stopped officially playing. But then you also went to. You were doing a lot of things inside chess. You had your chess magazine
and all of those things. Yes, all of those things. I came back. More or less, I fell into a helpmate. I had written to the St. Louis Chess Club, and I wrote a very nice letter, email message. Of course, everything is email messages these days. And I checkmated myself, a helpmate. I said, first of all, I really want to thank you on behalf of all of the Americans, but really as a chess fan, a chess lover, that I think what you at the club and all the staff is doing is really wonderful. So I say thank you, and perhaps, who knows, one day I can say it to you in person. So that was my message. Within an hour, I got back a message, thank you, Mr. Saric, we accept your invitation.
You thought, what is the invitation?
The invitation, we hereby invite you to come to St. Louis to tell us in person what you have said, and we invite you to play in the U.S. Championship. So this is how I got tricked.
Yeah, that was not your intention.
Not at all. I was pulled back into the world of chess. But really...
But now you are an organizer. You write, you do this live stream thing. So actually, it's also a nice world, because this is less strenuous. No, if we make a mistake, we just put back, we just do this, and then we do this, and then everything is okay.
Everything is okay. My mistake.
But the chess players, they have more of a problem.
It's no pain, no punishment. But I see the chess world has evolved extraordinary.
More calculation, actually. That's the big thing.
Very concrete.
Very concrete play. That's the nice thing, is that Carlsen is actually from another. He still has this, let's say, the feeling, the playing with the feeling.
Well, kind of what we see today. First of all, he's extraordinarily versatile. Very hard to prepare. Can he play a Grunfeld? Will he play Queen's Indian? Will he play King's Indian? He plays everything. And he's always searching for positions where there's play, that it's not all forcing.
He doesn't care for advantage, but he cares for play.
Yes.
That's all,
well,
that's nice.
We were talking before we came on the air that I remember, I still have this feelings in my mind that I would play in open tournaments. And I would go and I would see the pairing. I'd say, I play Mr. Hans Bohm from Holland. I asked my colleagues and friends, what does Hans play? Oh, he plays a collie, and that was my preparation. Now we're talking 25, 28.
But in those days, if you played d4, knight f6, bishop g5, for instance, then people started to think that, what is this,
Right. And you could keep a novelty and win 2 points, 3 points, 4 points with the same variation. And now, the moment
you were very happy when you had the bulletin of some Russian or Hungarian championship, and you got this bulletin, and you were, it was fantastic. And nowadays everybody knows the next day or the same moment.
They're following it in real time, just as our audience here.
Different times.
Sorry, I was going to take us around the horn, but instead I got tripped up. I stopped at the game of Magnus because I think Anish has made a very correct decision. I'm not saying it gives him a big advantage or anything like that, but we talked about it a moment ago, that it's actually benefits black when white grabs
closes up
and closes. So I like this move very much.
Actually, what we see with Timur Radjabov. He played, let's say, the d5, and not exactly the same structure, but the same
grabbing space,
central pawn structure. And so this is not the type of position that White wants to play here.
Yes,
So
and so
c5 is actually the crucial, no, for
yeah.
the evaluation of this.
And
position.
it's really the move that puts the most pressure on Black's position,
Freeze
because
this bishop,
this bishop on f1 looking at that pawn
Yeah.
on c2 has not been active, and now this move c5 in a basic sense activates the bishop. You want to put the bishop either on c4 or on b5, and at the moment Magnus is thinking, we can imagine for argument's sake that Magnus would castle, and we could imagine for argument's sake that White plays bishop c4, and now we can
and now
see
king h8, let's say,
Yeah.
to free the knight. But maybe you think, you don't want to go for.
I'm keeping the tension everywhere.
Okay, you don't just for, let's say, in rapid chess, you maybe could go for some attacking play with g4 and queen d2 and castle long, for instance. But that's maybe and now closing up and go there. But maybe that's really.
But wait a minute, Hans. Come on. Well,
I know. It's
now you're going rapidly as the attacker.
We have to show all the possibilities.
And you are a man who grabs a pawn and protects squares, and now you want to kill me. But g4 is legit. It is a legitimate idea. I just say that if White just keeps.
Rook c1, a3, b4, whatever. Because you can never play bishop e6 here, so you cannot. That's the problem.
And at the moment, also from Black's point of view, the d5 square, this is what Ulf Andersson would say to us after the game. He would say, the square d5 is very weak, and he would make you feel it.
Maybe Black would play something with f5 here.
Yes,
because it's the only freeing
possibility.
Possibility.
Right.
But then you give, maybe this is if everything comes.
Well, one thing, what is promising about this specific position, it's going to be an exciting game.
Yes.
There's no question that this will be an exciting game.
It's a real fight.
Precisely. There's nothing soft about this game.
Okay. Let's have a look.
We
have a look at Luke, very quick.
Luke again?
Because then we are up to
because
date. He played indeed e6, and maybe he has e6. So that's okay for Black for our in our view.
Yes. So paying respect to the world champion Magnus Carlsen, we have to equally pay our respects to the women's world champion Hu Yifan. And I just want to say, and I really mean this very, very deeply, I think that she's a fantastic ambassador for chess.
Yes.
And a great world champion.
Yeah.
Of course, we cannot talk about women's chess without mentioning Judith Polgar.
She's the only one who can be compared. The only one who can be compared with Judith.
That's what I meant to say. Yes.
And it is it's a big shame that there is not a match between these two women, because that would be a beautiful picture, first of all.
Yes.
And it would be very interesting now to see who is better.
Yeah. Well, only recently, I think it was following the Olympiad, did Judith say, ladies and gentlemen, I stop, which is, I would love to see the Chinese making a challenge, or the Hungarians making a challenge, because I think that this would be a fantastic match, and I do think that Hu Yifan would be a very, very worthy competitor.
I asked Judith,
Did you?
Yes, I asked her personally. I said, Judith, why don't you play a match with you? But it was about 1.5 or 2 years ago. And then she said, okay, if you can arrange, let's say, good conditions, then
she would accept.
And then later on, she said, okay, I withdraw from the chess. So but that was later.
Yes.
So there was a moment that she was interested, but that moment had passed and has passed.
I would love to see that revised, if you revitalized. By the way, her opponent today is Maxime Lagrave. MVL, as he is known to friends and colleagues, the #1 player from France, opens with e4. We have a French defense.
Very nice. We are both French lovers. No?
Absolutely. And h4, this is a line that I always thought was a little bit smelly for White. I don't quite believe it. But on the other hand, Alekine, amongst many other players, has played it. h6. that is not what
It's
I
forcing, actually. But you don't have to do this. You can just play c5 or whatever.
Well,
or a6, a6, c5.
Well, what was it that Wilhelm Stein had said? The best way to refute a gambit is to accept it. And I strongly believe that the best move for black in this position is take it. Okay, I take it. That's all. Now here the normal move is knight h3. Okay, I just want to say that this is the normal move, queen e7.
You go back,
Normal move is knight f4, and I play a6. Okay. So from black's point of view is, I'm a pawn up, prove it. Okay, you got to prove it. You must play queen g4. I don't think that there's a better
you have to do something on the king side. And castle
queen g4, and okay, G6. I am playing g6. And now you've got the castle long, because there's really no other choice. I put my knight here.
Bishop d3, maybe.
Bishop d3, no other choice. I put my knight here. Give me.
Can we sacrifice now?
Normally speaking, it doesn't work
Bishop
when your queen
g6?
is on g4.
Bishop g6 or no?
It doesn't work when your queen is on g4.
Yeah, because you have queen you always have this. Okay.
Pins like this.
Yeah.
That,
and if you had
reverse the situation.
If you had started with the knight.
Okay, then if you start with the knight, then the king is rather happy.
Yeah, just go to d8.
How do you say? Just running away, you know?
He's running in an awkward way, but he runs. Yeah, he runs. Okay, so that's...
We have this position, and normally speaking, you're playing rook h6. Rook h6 here, and I have seen
this rook h1 and then...
long variation, to get us way off track. And
take on...
Take, and there's a take on d4,
and then you take on g6.
And then we are running...
Rook, queen b4 or queen c5,
This is a long variation, but I am of the belief that the best way of meeting the move h4 is to accept it. That was not Hu Yifan's decision. She played h6, knight b5, knight b6, c3, a6, knight a3, and we.
Well, this is also normal, actually. This is not bad. It cannot be bad. No, I mean, why not? The other line, you have all this. Maybe this is she has some fear, maybe for this. Lines after the pawn sacrifice.
Yes.
And this is a completely normal French setup.
Except the knight on b6 is a little bit misplaced. In other words, let's say I play the move knight c2. As we know in the French defense, white is keeping the center very powerfully the square
but bishop
d4.
d7. This cannot be, this is just a normal position. This cannot be...
Well, let us continue a little bit. Just we're don't want to go too deeply. We're not trying to refute the French or refute anybody's opening, but at the moment, first of all, white does have a space. He's got a clamp and he's got certain...
Well, castle long, king b8, rook c8, all these type of things.
So normally speaking, I will go in here, and let me take this guy so that we have such positions. This is so. In my mind's eye, if I'm white, I'm hoping for a4, b4, b5. In you're black, you got to play an f6 somewhere. At a certain moment, you've got to play an f6. I don't know if it now is the moment, but
or maybe g5. You know, for instance,
So g5, I will play queen e2.
Maybe we should. You don't take en passant.
I don't want to expose my king. Okay. And you know I'm a pawn grabber.
Yeah, you're a pawn grabber. You know.
All right. Everybody, we have had a nice start to the first round. Is
it already that?
It goes so fast.
I have to go to the live audience.
Yeah,
to the
you're missing
real people.
Real people. They miss you. So
it was my pleasure.
Thank you.
It was my pleasure.
My pleasure. We take a break now, 3-5 minute break. Again, thank you, Hans, so very much. It was really, and again,
have a nice day.
A great start to 2015 Tata Steel. We will be back with our live commentary. In the meantime, enjoy our web shots, and we'll be back in 5. Thank you. coverage of the 2015 Tata Steel Chess Festival. We are here in round one. I am your host, Chess Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. Earlier we had a special guest, Hans Bohm. Perhaps later in this broadcast we will have Grandmaster Robert Rees joining us later. As we get started, just one thing worth mentioning, we do have an overall webcam view from the playing hall. Currently, the individual cameras, you can't get a peek at those shots. We're having a few technical difficulties as we go through our round one, but we do expect that will be on the air for tomorrow's round and all the subsequent rounds thereafter. When we have left, we haven't gotten a chance to really look at a lot of the games from the Grandmasters group. Let's do that right now. We'll turn our attention to the game between Ivan Saric and Grandmaster Levon Aronian and defending champion Levon Aronian. We have a e4 opening, and Levon has always been a classical king's pawn defender. e5 has been his long choice, and for so many years, as mentioned in our first broadcast, Levon has been the world's #2 player, so this defense has been doing great for him. Knight f3, knight c6. The Bishop b5 variations is not that Levon, in fact, plays the Berlin defense, but I think for a lot of players, they're getting fed up playing the Ruy Lopez and having to meet, whether it be the Berlin defense, classical defenses, martial gambits. A lot of white players have been challenged, and Ivan decided to play Bishop c4. Bishop c5, the Italian, castles, and now I was very surprised by Levon's choice d7, d6. Well, I may be overstating the case a bit, but not by a lot. For the better part of 100 years, I'm going to say, the move that's been exclusively played here is knight f6. The idea, of course, is to just put immediate pressure on the pawn on e4 and to try to coax from white the move d2, d3. So we see d7, d6, c3, a6 as being basically the main lines. And it all starts with knight f6. After castles d6, the difference is that now after c3, knight f6, white can play d4, which he understandably did. And so that is why this move d7, d6 is a little frowned upon. The fact that such a strong grandmaster as Levon Aronian has played d6 makes me cautious about saying bad Levon. Was he awake, or was it a finger failure, or did he slip? But truthfully, this is a very nice position for white, as he's established the classical pawn center. Bishop back to b6, a2, a4. A very reasonable move. White essentially wants to be able to capture on e5, and in combination with the move a5, put pressure indirectly on the center. So the move a4 does that. It provoked a6. But before we look at, we should actually look at alternatives to a4. I think, at least for me, the key alternative is, why doesn't white capture the pawn on e5 here? If black, recaptures with the knight, I just want to put this position on our board for a moment. Takes, and takes this pawn. So the idea behind white's play is obviously to disrupt the black from being able to castle, and also in case of, for example, a move like knight takes e4, to try to leave black with this isolated pawn in the center. The problem is that when you look at the position, there are issues here for white that white may have to address, such as knight takes f2 and rook f8. Some tactical things that white has to pay attention. Which is perhaps why Ivan did not take the pawn on e5, but I think that's a little superficial. I think you really have to look at takes on e5 in greater depth, because that is a key critical question. Instead, a4, a6, take on e5, take on e5. We get this whole variation that we looked at a moment ago with the inclusion of a4, a6. a5, trying to drive the bishop to, well, besides just taking space on the queen side, trying to drive the bishop to a lesser post. Bishop a7 and knight d2, protecting the pawn. Again, I mentioned it briefly, but to repeat myself, in case of this move, bishop takes f7, knight takes e4, you don't want to blow it as white by doing something as badly as knight d2, knight takes f2, and here's the problem that can befall white, is that you end up in a very nasty pin on the f file, which is why Ivan played knight d2. Oh, excuse me. After bishop a7, knight d2. Now f7 is hanging. Levon protected his f7 pawn with the move king e7, b2, b3, intending the obvious bishop a3 check, developing with a gain of tempo. Bishop c5 to stop that threat, and b4. So now white has a nice space on the queen side. But in a very strange way, black is also rather solid at the moment. His king is in the center, but as the center files are closed, black seems very content. Rook e1. The idea behind rook e1 is to release this knight. So when this knight is released, it also releases this bishop, so that we can play moves like bishop g5 or possibly bishop e3 and so forth. So rook e1, useful move. Rook d8, also likewise developing. Bishop f1. I always thought of these moves, these retreating moves, as somehow very grandmasterly. That how do you choose the square f1? Why don't you choose, for example, the square b3 or a2? Essentially, white is getting his bishop off the c4 square so that he can bring his knight to c4. And the knight on c4 puts pressure on the pawn on e5 as well as the bishop on d6. Maybe when white does establish the knight on c4, he'll even be threatening ideas such as f2, f4. If we go back a moment here, there's even something to be said for an idea like f2, f4. It's not everybody's choice, of course. I suppose black would play a move like bishop e6. But bishop f1 was Ivan's choice, and now king f8. Again, I think that Levon is concerned about the possibility of f4 and knight c4, so he just evacuates his king, king f8, knight c4, knight e8. Again, playing against white's ideas of bishop g5 as well as f2, f4. The knight steps aside, and let me make sure I'm up to date with the latest moves here. In fact, I am not up to date with the latest moves. So after knight e8, Ivan pressed ahead with the move f4. And just pause for a moment here. I very much like the advantage of the two bishops, and I'm just considering the idea of knight takes d6 right away. The problem is if white plays soft, and hopes that he will just have an edge with his two bishops. The problem is that the c4 square is simply an excellent outpost for one of black's minor pieces, either the knight or the bishop, and I think black is doing well. An even position, so to speak. So f4 was the choice of Ivan. Captures, 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 captures. Okay, white accepts, if you will, a little bit worse pawn structure, but he's trying to open up the position for his two bishops. I don't think that this is really anything significant for white. I think that Levon will be, I'm going to guess he's going to be satisfied with the outcome, that he's doing fairly okay. The problem, of course, from black's point of view, Levon's point of view, is it's going to be very hard for him to win the game. The game is so well balanced that I don't see really good winning chances here for black, whereas from white's point of view, white would really like to be able to double rooks on the d file with the move rook d4 and rook d1. So overall, I think the position's about even, with a tad better chances for white than for black. All right. By the way, I just wanted to say, if you have questions, and there's Tata Steel hashtag for those of you who use Twitter, as well as Chess24 for questions. And of course, any comments, observations, questions you may have, I'll make an effort to answer them as appropriate. All right, let's continue our look around, and we come.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I have the World Championships are ready for. What is that? That's Tata. Ah, yes. Pardon me. The Tata Steel Chess, you have a screen that you can send your observations and questions to me there. Alina Lamy, the wife of Erwin Lamy, has an. Butcher his name, is playing against Wesley So. Wesley So is white. I have great admiration for Wesley. He has been doing fantastic things in the United States. He led the St. Louis Archbishops team to a national championship in the U.S. Chess League. He won the Millionaire Open and a $100,000 prize. He's broken way past the 2,700 barrier, clearly the number 2 ranked player behind Hikaru Nakamura. He's knocking on the door to get in the world's top 10, and it's been just wonderful successes for Wesley So. This is not his first time at the Vachier-Lagrave Chess Festival, so he's experienced here, and he's coming with high ambitions into the tournament. He's white in his round 1 match with the number 1 Polish player. So we have an open Sicilian, Najdorf, and bishop e3, an invitation, if you will, to go into the English attack, e5, and bishop e6. So between knight g4 and e5, I actually like e5 more. I'm not an experienced Najdorf player with either color, but somehow I do like black's setup here. I'm more comfortable than with those whole knight g4 and g5 variations that so many Najdorf players really like to look at. But I think that black's choice is a very solid one. f2, f3, h5. This looks, the move h5, of course, looks very strange in Knight or Sicilian. We have gotten used to it, as the whole concept from White's point of view is to play this g4 advance, and even though Black spends a whole tempo to forbid it, on the other hand, White's pieces aren't set up for an alternative. So h5 has become the main variation for Black, and Knight d5, occupying the square. Bishop takes, d5 takes, and Black is rather happy about the fact that this pawn on d6, which is backward, is no longer on an half-open or open file. Very hard for White to get at it. So Black is happy with this trade on d5, Knight d7, bishop e2. White, for his part, has won the two bishops. And again, I'm going to just say that all of these moves are more or less standard, kind of mainline things. From Black's point of view, Black is very happy that he has control over the square c5. He slows down this whole minority attack, never mind the fact that the knight on b3 is for the moment in the way, but b4, a4, this whole expansion on the queen side to try to play c5 is very difficult for the first player to initiate. And from Black's point of view, at some moment in time, Black wants to use his majority on the king side, whether to play e5, e4, or f7, f5, depending on
Okay, and you're back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Sorry for the little hiccup there. We had some audio difficulties, as we can expect in round one. We have things to smooth out, and most assuredly, by the end of the tournament, things will be working terrifically well. So, when we have left it, I was talking about the game of Wesley So, and let me bring that game back into my primary viewer here, just a moment. And I'll go through all the games before I find it. Let's see, no, I keep going. I'll go one game at a time. Magnus, Ivanchuk, wow. Some great games. Now I have to put on my glasses to actually find it, because I seem to have lost my primary game, which was with Wesley. Where are you, Wesley? There you are, of course. All right. So let's go back for a moment. So when we have left it to play the h3, again, a kind of indication we may play for f4. Knight went back to h7, and I was discussing the fact that the knight on b3 is not on a very good circuit. We saw this retreat knight a1. So Wesley has a direct path to c6 in mind. He wants to play knight c2, knight b4, and knight c6. And that knight will be very nicely ensconced on the c6 square. So preventing the knight from getting there even before the threat, a5, knight c2. And now White has a different circuit in mind. Remember, the knight on b3 wasn't playing an important role, and suddenly we see that with the moves knight e3, knight d4, attacking this pawn on d6. Also, bear in mind that the knight may also still end up hopping and landing on the c6 square. Now, Black has to do something very quickly in order to prevent White from seizing a very nice position for his knight. At first sight, you might think to yourself, well, Black's counterplay is based on the ideas of f5, f4, e4, and things of that, moves of that nature. Remarkably, practice has shown that these ideas of f5, in fact, are too slow. That is to say, once you've played the move f5, there's not a big threat from Black playing f4, and there's not a really big threat from Black playing e4, and that these moves, f5, don't put much pressure on the White player. White just continues with his plan, which is to put his knight on b4, and Black actually ends up in a bit of an awkward spot. So the latest and greatest move for Black is the idea that the bishop on g7 is a passive piece, and that with the move bishop f6, Black wants to first trade off the dark square bishops before the bishop on g7 becomes too passive. Bishop f6 was played, and let me just check the time. I'm pretty sure the clocks reflect fairly well where the players are. 51 minutes for Wesley, an hour and 11 minutes for Radislav. We might expect to see knight a3, bishop g5, knight b5, let us say takes, and a move like knight c5. Again, from White's point of view, he has such ideas of knight a7, c6, also b3, a3, b4, slowly pushing his majority on the queen side. And so we could give White a small plus, I'm going to say, at this point in the game. Let us go around the horn a little bit and see what other game. I wanted to come to the game of Vasily Ivanchuk if I can find it. Where are you, Vasily? Here we are. He is playing, again, I think that both of these players, Jobava and Ivanchuk, are really, really wonderfully creative players, and it's just a great pleasure not only to comment on their game in real time, but just to admire the ideas of what they mutually come up with. In the cases of both players, I find myself enormously amused, as it's very, very difficult for me to actually guess their moves. All right, let's see. Let's take it from the opening steps. E4, C5. We get a Sicilian. D6, C4. This, I don't know if this is called the Kalashnikov Sicilian, but you get the idea that these Sicilians that are being investigated in this game are pretty much the latest in theory. I know that my colleague and friend Grandmaster Shabalov is oftentimes gone for this very early F7, F5 break, but obviously in this particular game, the F5 advance is being prepared with G7, G6, although it's going to be very hard for Black to actually get in F5. Yes, he had the step with his knight to F6. Normally speaking, the move F5, I mean, you really want to recapture with the pawn, but it's just that Queen H5 check is simply too disruptive. So Jobava declined the opportunity to play F5. He stepped up with the knight to F6, bishop E2, bishop G7, knight C2. Just have to pause over that one. Again, my proclivity is I want to capture pawns as often as I possibly can, and that open pawn, half-open d-file, that backward pawn on the half-open d-file, really has my attention at the moment, and so I would be very, very inclined to play the move Queen D2 followed by Rook D1 ASAP to target that pawn on D6. Perhaps Ivanchuk declined such an opportunity. I'm not 100% sure about this, of course, but declined such an opportunity to play like this because maybe he was a bit, I don't want to use the word fearful, but maybe he felt that knight d4, throwing a spanner into the works along the d-file, concerned him. Capturing this pawn, well, opening up that bishop on g7, I'm thinking that in such position, Black has simply excellent compensation, the two bishops for the pawn, and White's pawn structure looks smelly. So that was why Vasily prepared piling up on the d-file with the move knight c2, rook c8, rook c1. Okay, so rook c1, I'm going to call that one a concession. Rook c1. I want to leave that move rook c1 in reserve and simply castle, and again trying to do that same thing of piling up on the d-file, but rook c1, castles, knight e7. So for example, if you were to ask me, this is a typical position of where I would have a great difficulty guessing Black's move. If you were to ask me what Black did in this position, I don't think knight e7 would be high on my choices. But knight e7 was played, as black is simply threatening to capture this pawn on c4. The pawn was defended, and the knight comes back to c6 again with that same idea of maybe jumping to the d4 square, and Ivanchuk to play. I do not expect that we would see a repetition. I'll just boldly point out that there obviously is a repetition in the position, and Ivanchuk, with the white pieces, I would expect him to want to play, but exactly how should he continue, that is a better question. I must say, it's not that easy to get the zen of the position here and to fully understand the situation. So if we went back for a moment and we got this position, and if white plays the very natural move b2, b3, simply protecting the pawn on c4, well, there's a problem is there's a little bit of an x-ray here, and the knight on c3 is insufficiently defended so that the move b7, b5 can be played. And here's the difference between having the rook on a1 and the queen on d2. So white has used the tempo to play rook on a1 to c1 instead of queen d1, d2, and the result is that the knight on c3 lacks support, and black has this very nice break, natural break b7, b5. So I think black is actually doing quite okay at this moment. So let's continue. And of course Ivanchuk did not go for the draw. Instead, in this position, he has played f2, f3, and knight d4 has been played. So let me just take a quick gander at this one. Well, again, I must say I'm not really impressed by capturing the knight, because I have this firm belief that this bishop on g7 in such situations is simply with this structure that I really don't believe that this is going to be at all in white's favor. So if he doesn't capture this knight on d4, he's got to do something else. Okay, so Vasily must have an idea here. Maybe this looks a little bit awkward, and I do apologize, but maybe it's sort of like you play a move like rook f2 with the idea of withdrawing the bishop to f1, swinging your rook over to d2, and eventually trying to expel the knight in a roundabout way such as this. Not clear at all. All right, let's continue. And again, we have a video of Jobava from the opening ceremony, so let's just cut and see that video.
First of all, good evening. Nice to see you again. We are good friends, and I want to say special thank you to Mr. Jeroen van den Berg, director of tournament, who invited me to this tournament, because I did not qualify for last B tournament. It was a big surprise for me. It was my dream. Already 9 years I'm dreaming to get here. Okay, my first tournament in Vachier-Lagrave was in 2006, B tournament, and then last year I played second time. So I'm always with big pleasure come to Vachier-Lagrave, because it's very hospitality, small city. People are very warm. Okay, friendly atmosphere, so it's very to play. I mean, to create to play.
Inspiration.
Yes, inspiration. Yeah, for inspiration.
Okay, but this year the competition will be tougher than last year.
Okay, I like strong tournaments. Yeah, let's say like it's okay. The world champion is playing Magnus Carlsen. It's a very big, let's say, stimul for all players. Yeah, to show the best what they can. Also,
can you make a prediction of your score in the tournament?
Depends how I will stay these 2.5 weeks here. Yeah? But okay, I will try my best. Is aim to get top 3 for sure. Yes, for all players. Okay, I don't know. I will play the game by game. Let's see.
So how was 2014 for you, chess-wise?
Yeah, it was quite good. So my private life also changed. I divorced with my wife. Now I have my girlfriend, whom I'm gonna marry. So this is a big step in this last year. Also, I played a few quite normal tournaments. The last was in Grand Prix in Tashkent. Also, I got in the last moment this wild card because our country, Georgia, was one of the organizing country of this event, and I played quite okay there. I shared 4th and 6th places, so it was good for without preparation and for first time in such a strong tournament. So it was quite a lucky year, I would say.
Okay, how did you prepare for Vachier-Lagrave?
Okay, it was not something special preparation because I was traveling 2.5 months with my girlfriend from one tournament to second tournament, so it was not much time to. So we just used this about 10-12 days for rest a little bit and to have energy to play because it's quite long distance tournament, so we need energy first of all.
As he shares with us his pleasure in playing in the premier group in Vachier-Lagrave. We'll turn our attention yet again to the game of the round. We can call it that. It may not turn out that way, but certainly for the Dutch audience, this is the game that everybody, when you looked at the list of participants beforehand, the Dutch were eyeballing the game between their number 1 player, Giri, and world champion Magnus Carlsen. Anish, as we know, drew the white pieces in the drawing of lots, and Hans Bohm and I, in the first part of our broadcast, were really looking at this position rather deeply, and we basically both of us had the sense, a very strong sense, mind you, that it is not in White's interest to close the position with the moves d5 and c5, as Black's very flexible King's Indian defense setup really did not promise the first player an advantage. And that's why we were looking at h3, which was the choice of Anish, knight f7, and c5. This move I really liked very much because if we look at the bishop on f1 and the pawn on c4, the pawn on c4 really does interfere with the natural development of the bishop. And so I like the move c5, but in a very strange way, I'm kind of disappointed with the outcome of the move c5. Magnus actually responded in a way that Hans Bohm and I didn't really consider that deeply. He captured on c5, captured on e5, knight takes, and we didn't really look at these two recaptures in tandem. And when I saw this for the first time, I said, oh no, this is really not all I bargained for. I wanted more from the position as White. As we can see, what Magnus really wants to do, of course, is plant his knight firmly on the d4 square. Anish did not want to allow that to happen, so he played the move bishop b5, bishop d7. He traded off his light-squared bishop, recaptured the pawn on c5, but then after the move bishop f8, we've got a position that really looks more even than anything. And at the moment, I don't see much play for either side. We do have this position I think I was expecting rook d8 just before we came back on the air. Let me see if anything, and indeed rook d8, what has happened and has been played. And, well, sorry to say, sports fans, but this really looks like it could peter out very quickly into a drawn rook and pawn endgame scenario. The open d-file is kind of like a chopping block, and after lots of trades, I can just show you what I have in mind. Let's say there was a trade on d8, check, king here, check. Just a whole lot of things get swapped, and we're in a rook and pawn ending that, again, it looks pretty dead drawn, to be honest. And, well, okay, sometimes it happens that you don't get that big fight that we were all looking forward to, but just simply a well-played, drawn ending. Not that the game won't be decisive. It does look very balanced at this moment. We also had been looking at the game between Timur Radjabov and Luc van Wely, and I was very surprised by the decision back here by Luc that he took with the bishop. This is a completely different approach, and I'm guessing that computers are having a very big impact in this recapturing of the bishop on e6. Amongst my generation, I want to say, or older players, this would have been an automatic recapture. f7 takes e6. The reason why it would have been an automatic recapture is, first of all, we were always taught capture towards the center. So great, the pawn on f7 captures towards the center. It covers or protects, if you will, squares like a d5 as well as f5. You open up the rook on the f-file, making ideas like knight h5 possible. But most importantly, the idea of recapturing with a pawn is to lay the ground so that you can play knight c6 to knight d4 and stick your knight in the center. So there would have been no hesitation, whether in a 1-minute game, a 3-minute game, a 5-minute game, or a classical game, that you would play the move f7 takes e6. And you wouldn't want to play the move bishop takes e6, because after f5 takes, the idea is that white has not sacrificed anything, but he's given the opportunity to play what you might call a promising attack, if you will. White hasn't been forced to make an investment, but you can see very clearly, okay, obviously at the moment there is an open e-file, but just to give you an idea, that after, for example, a move like g4, rook e8 check, king f1, knight takes g4, rook g1, I mean, this attack against black's king is going to be overwhelming. And why allow that, so to speak? And if you do play, if you don't take this pawn on g4 with knight takes g4, allowing white to open the g-file, well then the moves g5 and f6 simply play themselves, and white has a huge attack. So in the old days, you would just discount this way of playing, and you just say, no, this really is in white's favor. But the computers will probably say, no, black should play like this. And after bishop d7, castles put the bishop on c6, and, you know, don't worry by the fact that a very key defender of the black king, namely the pawn on g6, is missing. Black has his own play based on ideas like d5, d4, or d5, c4, and, you know, the center is very good. Again, I mean, this is really, in my view, the influence of the computer, because in the old days, grandmasters would really be loath to play black's position. Bishop g5, not a bad move at all. My approach, I think I would also go with bishop g5, actually. This bishop is nice, and this bishop is maybe not so nice, so one move I would definitely consider if I was white is to play the move bishop b5 with the idea of, my bishop on d3 is kind of blocked. Let me go back for a moment to this position, because I had come up with a suggestion. If I were white, I really would want to play the position with g4, and I'm not 100% sure that Timur made the right decision here by playing castles. Likely he thought that the move g4 was, I don't know if the word dangerous, or maybe he just wasn't too impressed by the move. But if I were in black shoes, I think g4 would be the move that would frighten me most, and that's where I would have, if I were white, I would be putting my attention. Okay, perhaps a missed opportunity. Certainly you can have fun putting that position in your computer and testing black's defenses. Castles was the choice, bishop g5. So we're up to date at the moment. Just kind of wondering what exactly black should do. I assume black should be playing the move d5. Something perhaps to be said for queen b6 as well as d5. I think d5 makes the most, is the most logical move. You've got ideas like perhaps c4, queen b6 check to white's king, followed by queen takes b2. Certainly black should be quick. He definitely doesn't want to just dilly-dally, and allow white to build up a grip over the d5 square with ideas like bishop c4. So, in fact, the position is actually quite sharp, and it will demand vigilance by both players in this game. All right, let's see. So, in fact, d5 was not Luke's choice. He played the move knight d7 instead. Okay, developing a piece. Looks okay. It's funny, my first instinct, I really want to play the move bishop c4 and try to put my pieces on the most active squares I can, and I look at bishop c4. On the other hand, I know that it's always a good idea to tuck away my king, but do I want to spend the entire tempo to do that? King h1, so that there's no queen b6 checks. Also, bishop b5 gets my attention. Again, I think that the best piece in black's camp is the bishop on c6, so trading off your opponent's best piece is always a good idea. So bishop b5. Last but not least is white needs to get his queen in the game. I think this move queen e1 to queen h4, as beneficial as it appears, that's too tempi in a position that's, I find, very, very sharp, and maybe those are tempi I can't afford. But if white could play queen e1 h4, he's getting a very handsome attack, cost-free. Okay, let's see some other games, and what games haven't we seen for a while? Oh, I beg your pardon. I should, of course, come to the world's #2 rated player, Fabiano Caruana. He is playing black today against the Chinese player Ding Liren. I've never met Ding, and I certainly will during this event, but he has impressed me greatly, as well as the entire chess world, the Chinese men. The Chinese women have been a force for many years, 10 years and longer, already winning women's world championships and what have you. In truth, the Chinese men in the past have underperformed their women. Their women have really led them, so to speak. But of late, specifically with the Tromsø Olympiad, the long-awaited arrival of the Chinese men has come to pass, and now the Chinese men are really challenging the world's best players. So we have Ding Liren, white, Fabiano Caruana, black. As we know, Fabiano, his mainstay as black against the queen pawn is the Grunfeld defense and g3. So the fianchetto variation as white against both the Grunfeld and the King's Indian can transpose to this defense that Caruana chose with f6 and d5. So all of these moves are very, very well known. b2, b3. Lots of strange things happening after takes, knight c3. We see knight e4. Also, if we see knight c3, pardon me, knight c6, we see knight e5 by white. You recall the games of Karpov and Kasparov, Karpov white, where against the King's Indian, Karpov was jumping to e5. Also here with knight e5. But Ding took a different approach. He played the move b2, b3, which allows black an interesting opportunity to create an imbalance, which Fabiano accepted right away. He takes on c4, you might think to yourself, well, that's not that good for black. Black gives up this center, his grip on this center. He surrenders the d5 pawn for the b3 pawn, but he does so for a very specific reason, and that is c5. And now, thanks to the long diagonal, this pawn on d4 simply cannot advance because of the rook on a1. Bishop b2, queen b6, queen c1, takes, and so black has said, okay, you've got split pawns on the queen side. I'm happy. Black is happy with this imbalance. Knight takes, knight c6 allowing the split pawns from black's point of view. I thought that Fabiano was going to do something quite different from the choice he made. I thought he was going to play something of the nature of rook d8, possibly a move like knight a6 to c5 and say, okay, thanks to the split pawns, I've got this great square c5 for my knight. But he went for knight c6 right away, which allows split pawns also for black. I don't know what to make of this position, really. It just appears very balanced to my eyes. Knight d2. Okay, so the knight could swing to b3, possibly with bishop d4 in mind. And on a very good day, if white could take control of the c5 square, he will stand very well. Bishop f5, simply developing. Sorry, I'm just having a little bit of a... No, I do like the move bishop f5. I also very much like the move rook d8, by the way, bringing the rook not only to the d file, but maybe leaving the idea of bishop g4 in reserve. Bishop g4, I think, deserves attention, although I'm not 100% sure I'm threatening actually to play bishop takes e2, because after rook e1, the e7 pawn will hang. Bishop f5 was Fabiano's choice, knight b3, and like I said, on a very good day, bishop d4, knight c5, maybe bishop d4, queen b2, rook c8, obviously getting the pawn out of the pin and preparing to meet bishop d4 with c5. e4. Okay, so let's see the tactical justification for the move e4. Why can't we capture that pawn on e4? Well, if we take it with the bishop, there's bishop takes f6, bishop takes g2, bishop takes g7, and at the end of this long-winded series of captures, white simply emerges with an extra piece. So we would, if black wanted to take the pawn, he would have to do so with the knight. But then there are maybe issues along the e file. For example, takes, there's a move g4 here, and there's a little bit of embarrassment because the bishop on f5 is needed to defend the knight on e4. So the pawn on e4 cannot be captured. Fabiana dropped back, and e5, good. This type of play I really do understand. Advancing pawns, gaining space, pushing your opponent's pieces off their good squares. I like it. e5, rook e1. Now, Fabiana has certain problems with his minor pieces. They don't stand ideal, let's say. c7, c5. Knight d2. Wow, an intriguing choice. I'm not sure if that would be the first move that occurs to me. I understand that the knight on b3, is not ideally placed. It would be much better, for example, maybe on the e4, d5 squares, and perhaps even the g5 square. I'm just wondering, what is the priority here for white? Which piece does he want to get his knight into play first, or is he more worried about his rook on a1 getting into play, or is he more interested in trying to make a pawn storm with f4? I think it would take me a while to come around to liking the move knight d2. I would probably be considering moves like f4, queen c3 first, prior to perhaps playing the move knight d2. Queen a6 makes sense, keeping this rook on a1 a little bit honest, preparing the way for a move like knight b6. Rook e3, that's a nasty shift, threatening to play rook a3 and embarrassing the queen very much so after knight b6. So knight b6 is temporarily prevented. And let me just see if more moves have been played in this game. Where are you, Fabiana? Yes, we have more moves. So we go back. So rook e3 was the last move. So black wants to play knight b6, but the move rook a3 is a very big embarrassment, so he must first give his queen a little room. So she has an extra square at the moment. Rook a3, queen b6. Attacking the bishop, rook b3, and I think we're up to date here. Okay. Hey,
yes, hello again.
Hi, welcome,
hello.
welcome,
Thank
welcome. Nick, we are into round one. Please introduce yourself for our audience. Tell us your background and I know you're a very popular singer here in Holland for our international. I mean, for the Dutch audience, they know you. But please introduce yourself.
My name is Nick Schilder, and I'm a singer-songwriter from Holland, doing pretty well actually. So maybe if you call me famous, then that might be true.
Well, I'm living in Holland, so okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm a chess enthusiast since the age of 6, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I learned the chess rules when I was 6 years old. I was a childhood prodigy. I quit playing chess at the age of 13.
Oh, because, yeah. What, you fell into a slump or what?
No. Actually, I thought playing guitar was better to impress girls than playing chess. So,
and it probably is true. Or
sorry.
Yeah.
And but in 2010 I started off playing chess again, and actually it surprised me how much of the chess knowledge and chess skills still were there actually somewhere on a certain level, and to some extent. So I'm playing chess very intensively actually for the past 4 years now, and having a lot of fun playing it. I'm playing it on a daily basis actually.
Really? So some blitz on the internet, but also
a lot of blitz on the internet. Too much.
Too much. Yeah, it interferes.
I think.
But some tournaments. What's your excuse for not playing here? There's so many. It's such a great festival.
It's a fantastic festival, and that's my good resolution for 2016. I hope I can play there again. But I'm in a lot of preparation for my. I'm doing a tour for 50 theaters in Holland from February until June. I have to do a lot of preparation, a lot of rehearsals. Damn. So I can play. I can play whenever I want on the internet. But when I have to make appointments to play, that's quite difficult actually. Yeah. So, but I love to attend. I love to be here and open around, and the atmosphere is really tremendous here. For a chess player, it's heaven on earth here.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Now, of course, this hasn't been your first festival. You've been aware of it. Have you actually played in Vachier-Lagrave yourself before?
No, not yet.
But you just enjoy visiting and
yeah, my weakness is that I should play more long games, more official games, because I do a lot of tactics puzzles, for example, between 30 and 50 per day. I do a lot of lessons. Every day I watch lectures, your lectures.
Oh, no. I hope I'm not ruining your game, you know.
No, absolutely not. I got aware of the Budapest bust. And I'm a Budapest player myself, so it was very valuable for me, those lectures actually. But my weakness, I have to create more routine, and that's that's my good resolution to play more long and classic games actually, because playing too much blitz chess isn't too good for your rating actually.
Yes, exactly. It kind of warps you. You start playing a little bit tricky. You're playing for tricks as opposed
more shallow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Chess heroes. I mean, we've got an extraordinary group of players here, from Magnus and Anish. Who are you rooting for?
Rooting for? I don't understand exactly what you mean.
Who would you like to see win?
Of course, Anish. Anish. Yeah. I would love to see Anish win today. That's going to be a stunt and a blast, I think, when that happens. I'm a big fan actually of Vachier-Lagrave's. His play. He's a very dynamic player.
MBL, yeah.
I'm myself too, but of course, I think every chess player admires Magnus. He's a phenomenon, of course.
Absolutely.
Only to study his game, strangely enough, that's maybe I can't get a hold of his style, and maybe that's too far away from me. I study a lot of Bobby Fischer and Petrosian actually myself. I think that's more in the extent of my own play.
Okay, well, Bobby Fischer for me was one of those players. He was very universal, but he was also very, very direct. Bobby was just coming after you, but he could play.
You did play him?
No, I met him. I analyzed with him, and really I was basically a child of the Bobby Fischer boom, 1972, and Boris Spassky took over the whole front page of the newspapers, and I got caught up with that. But literally, he really stopped after that, and it was a great surprise that he came back 20 years later in 1992 and played. But then he didn't play again in public even after that. So it's like I never had this opportunity. I mean, there was always, like I would have fantasies of him joining the U.S. Olympic team,
Yep,
and how cool that would
have been
be.
fantastic.
What would that mean? Oh, it never came to pass. But so Bobby was a kind of a little bit of a phantom, but he played an outsized role in terms of attracting me to the game.
Yeah.
In terms of yourself, I mean, here in Holland, you've kind of. I have a bit of envy. You had Max Erve, you had Donner, you had Jan Timman.
Jan Timman, the best of the West.
Yeah, and so you've always had these different intergenerational players, and now Anish is carrying the baton for Dutch chess. But Jan Timman is playing in this event.
In the Challengers group,
yeah, isn't that incredible?
He was doing very well last year.
Especially, absolutely. Very decisive tournament he had last year. Yeah. Ups and downs.
And Erwin Lamy, Luc van Wely is playing.
Yes.
A lot of very strong Dutch players. Robin van Kampen.
Yes.
I'm a big admirer of his too.
Right. I like Jan Smeets and Daniel Stelwagen, although Daniel now has gone more into the world of chemistry and PhD and all of that good stuff. So he's kind of a little bit lost for
but
chess,
still doing pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. Still. So, which game would you like us to go to? And,
maybe just the Anish game.
You've got a front row seat here.
Yeah, fantastic. That's it has gone a lot quieter, right?
Yeah.
I have to say, from I think 10 moves ago, I started to prefer Anish's pawn structure a lot more than Magnus's.
Well, in fact, the opening was very inspiring for what Hans Bohm.
It was a surprise.
Was going to be, a really full body struggle, and I was admiring the move c5.
I was expecting bishop e2 actually.
Yeah, because bishop e2 really kind of, let us say, fits for a moment. We'll do castles. But then the other hand, this bishop on e2 rather sits behind the pawn on c4. I don't say that the position is better or worse. I just simply say that the bishop on e2 looked a little bit passive.
And f5 would have definitely been the thematic move then.
Exactly. And now we go back for a moment. So I thought when Anish played the move c5 and I could see with my own eyes that the bishop could go here. Or
extending the scope, right?
Yeah. I thought, okay, now this was really cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I didn't really see, in fact, I did not see what Magnus played, which was a very simple series of traits. And this was a hard recapture. Like, I don't think like a lot of people would want to have recaptured like this way.
I would have definitely recaptured with the knight myself.
Yes, exactly. But then when you stop and you go, oh, well, that's very logical.
For the knights, yeah.
The black wants to just put his knight in the middle of the board and just, it suffocate white's, play in the center. And Anish found himself ending up preventing.
He had to trade that off.
Yeah, gave up his two bishops, recaptured his pawn.
Preventing the castling, right?
Yes. And we got a position like this, and unfortunately...
Now he traded off the queens. Must have.
Yeah, there was a petering out as a lot of pieces simply got traded. A little while before you came on air, I was saying, oh dear, sorry sports fans, but we've got a really dry rook ending.
Yep.
And unfortunately, I think after white plays king f2 and plays h4 and g3 and king g3, black for his part will try to get his minority running or simply trading rooks. I see a very
drawish ending, yeah.
Well played but balanced draw being a result of it. So I'm like, rats, rats.
Because I tend to believe that Magnus was surprising Anish. He was he was thinking for more than 5 minutes on move 6 or 7.
Yes.
So I don't believe he was expecting this opening.
No.
And I thought, okay, maybe because you tend to expect that the first game of the tournament can be draw that can be in favor of the top players, of course.
Sure.
To start quietly.
Sure.
And we were just cheering about that move there backstage, because that was unexpected, and that we tended to believe that the game was going to be very dynamic. And
Right, exactly.
Anti-theoretical.
Right.
But after all.
Well, that's like the reality is that basically in a well-played chess game, it's going to be very balanced, and a draw is a likely outcome.
Yep.
And two very good players.
They have plenty of time on the clocks.
So we see that. Shall we go to Luc Van Velde then?
Of course.
He's got a very intriguing position. And, you know, I was explaining to my audience that, in fact, I played the Perk defense a lot as black. So we had this Perk defense and this Austrian attack, c5, and I said this move, d5, is a soft move by white, and that this is an easy line of play for black, what Timur chose. And e6 was a good choice, and then this very, very strange decision, bishop takes
with
e6.
the bishop, whoa.
And I would never have played that. In an instant, I would have recaptured with a pawn, with a simple idea of capturing towards the center.
Yeah, staying steadily in the center, opening the f-file for the black rook.
Exactly, opening up the f-file for the black rook so that I may play knight h5 one day and attack this pawn on f4. And the pawn on e6 is a very nice defender of the d5 and f5 squares. And that by recapturing with the bishop, you're really encouraging the move f5, like, go get him, tiger. And at the moment, white hasn't sacrificed anything, and in the old days, you would never have allowed this position without something in the pocket in exchange, a pawn, give black some reason for doing this. And the reason is because of the move g4. g4 would have terrified me here. So, for example, if you check me, and if you take this pawn on g4,
rook g1,
then I'm super happy, because any move by the knight is going to encourage me, obviously, to play bishop to h6. And if you don't take the pawn on g4, well, then
G5.
just g5, f6, and, you know, away you go.
But has he played it?
No.
He didn't.
Timur surprised me with the move castles, bishop c6, and we have seen the move bishop g5. I find the move knight d7 okay, but a little bit surprising on the other hand.
What did you expect then?
d5.
Oh yeah, d5, okay.
Okay, so from what I think is black's point of view is black should, because of his exposed king, he should be a little bit worried that he's going to get attacked for free, and that you, meaning black, have to get in your own source of counterplay, which involve moves like c4, driving the bishop a little bit more to a passive square on e2. But queen b6 check is going to be a double attack against the pawn on b2. Luke,
and keeping white busy in the center, right?
Exactly. Luke has surprised me a little bit with knight bd7, and now bishop c4. So Luke has to be a little bit worried that white doesn't take command of the d5 square, and I think we're up to date. So what do you reckon here? It's a little... I'm not sure about this move bishop c4, though. It looks strange to me. I'm more than curious what Timur has in mind against knight b6. First of all, give me the bishop.
Because he can't play it to b3. That's not a possibility.
f4 is, we call that a refutation. Okay, so we can't drop back nicely.
But e2 isn't too attractive too, because you're blocking the e-file, right?
Right. So the one thing I'm...
Okay, but trading it off. Okay.
But then the question is, well, why did he want to encourage knight b6? Maybe he felt that the knight on d7 was somehow having an influence on the king side. But here, again, this is what I'm thinking black needs to do, this kind of thing, to, you know, keep white busy, you know. Hey, look over here. Pay attention to the center. Don't concentrate on the king side. Don't come over and checkmate me, whatever you do. So I think knight b6 is black's move.
Okay, yeah, that's okay.
Makes sense.
Makes makes a lot of sense. I don't see a
better move than bishop e5. Yeah. No.
Rook e8 doesn't do a lot of work right now.
Right. So the thing I would, well, of course, I'm an old pawn. I'm an old pawn grabber. You know, I'm just like a sneak attack. Give me the pawn on d6. So that's why I played knight b6 to kind of, okay.
Yeah, that's likely to happen. Right?
Yeah, right. Okay, so now b3 looks ridiculous. Why did we queen d3? I may end up just encouraging.
Yeah, the breaking move d5, absolutely. Okay, so that isn't too attractive too.
No. Bishop e2, I'm with you on that one. I don't like putting the bishop passively on the e2 square.
Yeah, but isn't it true that when white plays bishop d3, that black can choose to chase him away to e2 anyway, with playing c4?
Right. That's why I, more or less, I kind of fell upon just this move as my...
trading move still.
My default. But maybe, I don't know, d5. All right, let's say we get a position like this, yeah? So I'm not very attracted. I don't find the knight on c3 very attractive at the moment because the best squares are missing, yeah?
e2, yeah.
But
okay, that's likely to happen.
Here, I can imagine that I have a route to h5. I'm trying to take advantage of the missing g6 pawn, right?
Yeah. Okay, that will be the plan for white now.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so maybe black
still, I don't think black's pieces are communicating very well right now in this position.
No. So if I were black, I would probably want to get out of that pin, menace. Well, menace is a strong word, but menace the jump to e4, so I'd probably something like this. And now a pause, because I think the choice is between knight c4 and maybe, I'm not sure which rook should go to e8.
Okay, I would play the a rook to e8.
Okay.
Because I think black can use the f rook as a defender there. He needs defenders there, and I don't know the exact function of the rook on the a file right now, because pushing the a pawn, I don't think that's likely to happen
right.
Yeah, but however, when white plays a4, okay.
But one interesting thing is you have the half-open b file.
Yeah.
So there's that slight thing, like maybe the rook should go to b8.
That can be an argument.
Yeah. Something like
I tend to pick the wrong rook. That's one of my weaknesses.
Welcome to the club. We'll give you an honorary membership.
I love it. Roman Gingikas Wely has a lot of lectures that are called Wrong Rook.
Yes.
And then exclamation point.
Right. Yeah. And well, there was a game that Anish has played very recently. It was in the Berlin, and I think it was from London, where, he's playing the black side of a Berlin where he has doubled c pawns, and he played a move like rook c8, which was like the great mystery move.
Yeah, not too logical.
And so when the move came, my first impression was, well, we have a relay error, like somehow the DGT boards or something like this. But the move was not corrected, right? And then the grandmaster, exactly, nobody understood the point. And I'm not even sure Anish did either. It was sort of like, well, I need to get the rook out of the way, and I couldn't choose, so I mentally flipped the coin and I put it here. And it was like, what? It was really a bizarre line. Very unbalanced, very unclear game between Luke and Timur. I'm sure the computer likes somehow the fact that black isn't getting mated, and I'm equally sure that for many grandmasters, they are fearful of some future accident happening to the black king.
Yep, absolutely. I still would play the a rook.
Yeah.
Because you know the squares e5 and g5 aren't too strong too, and when the knight comes there and you have no rook to guard your f7 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
You like that? Yeah. No, I think that's a very reasonable, fair...
to pick the A rook?
Yeah.
Okay, that will be the first time I pick the right rook.
Yeah. Well, there's a... How do you say?
Okay.
I think it was Victor Korchnoi who said it very well. The blind hand, the blind chicken can still find the corn, right? Yeah. I mean, by the way, he used that expression as a way of backhand insult when I actually suggested a good move like choosing the right rook for the first time,
right.
you know, like in a 6-week period of analysis. Unbalanced. Let's see. Nick, have you been around enough to really get an appreciation for Vasily Ivanchuk?
Yeah, absolutely. His personality at least, because he's got a very colorful personality.
Absolutely.
You heard a lot of nice stories about him, funny stories about him as a person, and but he's a brilliant chess player.
Right.
Yeah.
And he is playing today. I think the two most creative players in the field are actually meeting in round one. Vasily Ivanchuk white, Jobava as black. Mm-hmm. They reached this position. Oh, pardon me, this is an important position. So white's castled. Black played the move knight e7, attacking the pawn on c4. White defended the pawn with knight a3. The more desirable way of defending
b3. I would have played b3, I guess.
Would allow b5, and then, darn it, the knight on c3 lacks protection.
Yeah.
So knight a3, and then Jobava played knight c6 with the idea of jumping into d4. Ivanchuk could have simply repeated the position with knight c2, knight e7, and so forth and so on. Instead, Ivanchuk's playing for the win, if you will.
Yeah, for the edge, of course. Yeah.
Knight d4, queen b6, rook b1. And
what asked myself, why didn't he trade off the knight? Wasn't that possible, the move before?
Exactly.
And then win a pawn, maybe?
Exactly. And this was a key. This is a very good lesson, or a very good position.
Of course, I see the skewer attack, right?
Yeah, that the idea is that, okay, you win a tempo against the queen.
Yeah.
The queen is going to go somewhere. We're going to pull her back to the d2 square. So now what has happened is white has won a pawn. And
discovered attack is that, of course.
White has won a pawn, but the problem is that this knight on a3 is a long, far away from optimal square in the center.
Yeah.
And now the pawn on c4, this pawn structure, black has great compensation, as it turns out. And this is just experience talking, that I've played this position so many times, that
this position actually, the actual position.
All right. Where you win this pawn on d4, you know, but you've given up the dark square bishop, you've given up the double pawns.
Absolutely. And when you play knight to c2, they will immediately take the c4 pawn, right? Because actually, I don't think black can take the a2 pawn with the queen, right? The queen gets trapped.
Well, the problem is if you look at the position, all three pawns on the white queen side can be captured.
Yep.
The c3 pawn, the a2 pawn, the c4 pawn.
Yeah. Oh, of course, the c3 pawn. Oh,
it's like,
no. You don't want that.
No, you don't want that. You end up having to play knight
on b1,
and then comes bishop takes, and already you're feeling that.
No.
Well, wherever there was the advantage, it slipped away.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, so we do have this position, and at least from white's point of view, if black does not capture this bishop, then from white's point of view, we're ready to slip the bishop away, and then maybe one day knight c2 and capturing the pawn on d4 is on the agenda.
Yeah.
So very...
and this is now the actual position.
This is now the actual position.
But this is a famous position, right? You told me you played this several times yourself?
Well, not this exact position as being the most...
the themes.
But the themes.
Yeah,
it comes from many... transposes from many openings that you get these types of things with the knight coming to d4. Let's just say that from Black's point of view, Black is considering very much these types of ideas where he brings the other knight to the dark square, and he's looking
F5
for
preparing,
this type of expansion. But it's all jittery. I mean, there are times when white plays b4 and c5 or or just drops his knight on d5, and
it appears quite equal to me, this position.
yeah, I think it's
Is that true?
Yeah, I think a balanced. I think one could look at this and say, I'm one of those structure guys. I love pawn structures, and I basically spent most of my career studying pawn structures. I like from white's point of view that this is a backward pawn on d6, and
that can't go anywhere.
Right,
Yeah.
and I'm always dreaming that one day, like I'll have this open d file.
Yeah.
But it's a long way, and if I can't prove the pawn on d6 is a weakness, then black totally balanced.
Yeah.
Okay, let's continue. And by the way, that was the choice I was saying Jobava has. He can either play knight h5 or knight e2. In fact, black opted to capture the bishop on
That's
e2.
the update?
That's the latest and greatest, yeah.
Uh-huh.
So, imagining queen takes e2. Now, the most common thing is, you just kind of put your queen out of harm's way over here on a5. I suppose if you're really feeling challenged, you might play queen d6.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
please.
no. If you play queen a5, isn't b4 a possibility? Because he can't. I don't believe he can take the knight on a3 because of rook b3, right?
Well, that's the thing that you always have to double check these. You play a move like b4, and you're thinking to yourself,
yeah, okay, maybe I have a tempo. He can't take the knight. I have a tactic maybe coming.
Yes. And then, so in your mind's eye, you see
right,
this
okay.
position.
You have the bishop c4. Yeah.
No. Why did I see that a moment ago? But this is the interesting part. Now this is really an aggressive move, queen b4, because here, black is saying, you can't play b4, and you can't play b3. How are you going to defend this pawn on c4?
Okay, I think knight d5 is the most principal move here.
That's principal, but then, for example, after knight takes d5, you may end up in a position where the knight on a3
isn't doing too much now.
Isn't doing enough.
No.
Let's put it that way. Yeah. So, if you take with the c pawn, the bishop would drop back to d7. And again, this knight at the moment is kind of a little bit fuzzy offsides type.
He doesn't have a good route to currently know.
Right. We play something like rook c1, maybe such ideas of knight c4.
Black has a bishop pair.
Yeah.
However, the dark square bishop isn't very active right now.
Right. But I would say that after moves like f5, I think black should be pleased with the outcome. He's got enough counterplay, and at the moment it's very hard to isolate what white's advantage is other than just a little bit more space.
I agree on that one, yeah.
All right, let's continue our and by the way, Timur did play bishop b5 against Luke.
All right, okay.
Okay. So, what do you think of the women's world champion, Yu Hifan?
I'm not too familiar with her, actually.
Yeah. She, for me, is really a fantastic ambassador. I was in China, and I witnessed firsthand her making speeches and answering interview questions. And we all know Magnus is, a star in Norway, and deservedly so. But Hu Yifan is big
great
in
thing.
China.
Okay,
and
great thing.
She's a great ambassador, and her success in chess has brought her closer to Judith Polgar's women's records than any other female.
I met her backstage, actually. She's the nicest person.
Yeah, very sweet.
Very humble.
Yeah, I agree. And so today she has a very big challenge, as she will in many of her rounds.
Yeah,
she's playing the #1 Frenchman, Maxine. And
playing the French game, right?
against
French.
Well, I mean, I think this is her way of showing respect.
Okay, that's typically Chinese, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got an edge, if you will, for white. In the moment, he has space, and as we know in typical French, the bishop on c8 is the laggard piece. Okay, I'm a little bit surprised by Maxine's choice of castles. Sometimes when you have already played the move h4, it oftentimes happens that white ends up, I don't know, somehow making a rook lift on the king side, whether to h3 and g3 or h4 and g4.
And so leaving the king in the center, actually, or castling long, actually. Even.
And sometimes castling by the hand.
By the hand.
Yeah, king f1, g3, or king g1. Many, many games by Gadakamsky where he has played in exactly such a fashion as white. So just actually a more typical approach by Gadakamsky would have been knight c2, bishop d7, b3, rook c8, and now this rook lift, either rook h3 followed by rook g3 or h5. This is very, very Gadakamsky-like. I've seen him play this
king
type,
f1.
Yes,
yeah.
this type of play in this style many, many times. Where he
why the rook to h4 and not h3 actually? Because he has a nice supporting point on g3. That's to that's to support the pawn over there, right?
Yes,
on d4.
Precisely, and to support the pawn on d4. And oftentimes you want to, whether it doesn't really matter that whether you exchange or black exchange. So you want at some point, to play queen d2 and rook g4. But these are the types of middle games that and God is very, very good. At the moment, I've given black great counterplay on the C line. But God is very good at somehow mischievously playing these positions as white. This was not Maxine's choice, by the way.
No, he chose to castle. What I asked myself, why do you play? You're making things more solidly right now, right, with the white pieces to castle short. Why not play for an edge? I don't understand the choice.
You mean castles?
Yeah, instead of making the rook lift.
Oh, the rook lift. Yeah, well, I'm saying that when you've played the move h4, whether for better or for worse, by the way, you almost, it's like kind of saying, you play h4 in order to
oblige
make the
yourself actually to make the rook lift.
A little bit. But from Maxine's viewpoint, I suppose he felt that these lines with bishop d7 and knight b4 were a little bit too fast. Black was getting too much action, and so he wanted to slow it down by just getting. But on the other hand, now with this pawn on
I don't understand what it's doing.
Hu Yifan thought, I will break in the center, because on a very, very good day, Black would like to play rook on f8 takes f3, and queen on e7 takes h4 on a very good day. Let's see what Max played. Takes. Ooh, taking with the queen. Do you like that decision, Nick? I must say that for myself, I was thinking that you would take with the rook.
Maybe I think the upside of taking with the queen is that on white's rook e1, you don't have the rook opposing the queen. You support the e5 square for your pawn. You can play your rook behind the pawn. So maybe to a certain extent, I understand that choice, actually.
You understand it, or
no? I understand
you like
the choice.
It?
That's two different things.
Two very different things. Here's my thinking. We always talk about open files. Well, it's very, very simple. In the case of an open file, it's very simple. You put your rooks on open files. In the case of a half-open file, it's in the advantage of the player with a half-open file. In other words, after rook takes, we can say that black has the half-open h file. From white's point of view, he has the half open e-file. So we understand that white's going to play with rook to the e-file.
Yep.
We understand that black's going to play her rook to the f-file. The reason why I like rook takes f6 is after rook e1, bishop d7.
Yep, you can double up. Absolutely.
You betcha. And this is where I was saying that if you could double up on a very good day, you take the knight, you
take the pawn on h4. Yeah, that would be a wonderful idea, actually.
Yeah, so we do have actually our first result of the round. Saric has drawn Aronian.
Yep.
So when we had left it, that was a pretty balanced game. We'll go to it in a short while. I'm just very curious as to the follow-up moves that have taken place. Also the open c-file, rook c1.
So you would have preferred taking with the rook? That's
without question.
Okay, without question.
That would have been, it's kind of sad to say it, but in this way, but I mean to be blunt, if I were playing a bullet game or a blitz game, I mean, there would have been no hesitation.
Yeah.
That would have been...
Within 1 second.
Yeah, exactly. Now, the move rook c1... we were talking a moment ago about black sacrificing the exchange on f3 to go queen takes h4. Move rook c1 has such a plan. Okay, obviously, it's not that cut and dry, but there are ideas of rook takes c6 followed by planting a knight on e5.
Yeah.
The reason why we're not so grateful for the opportunity is that stupid pawn on h4 sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
I don't mind sacrificing an exchange, but sacrificing an exchange and a pawn.
Okay, you don't have enough compensation for that.
I'm not sure.
Probably.
I'm not sure I like the move rook c1. I'm not saying it's bad. I might have started with the move knight c2. Okay, just so that
playing it to e3. Yeah.
Playing it to g4 on a very good day, getting that knight to e5. Didn't happen. Rook c1, e5, breaking in the center. So we had a lot of swapping. Queen b3. Just a small reminder that the knight is not protected. Dropping back makes a lot of sense. White could conceivably have been able to pick up a tempo with rook e1, so defending the knight like
Was
that.
Was it Nimzowitsch that said, okay, support your pieces, and when you've done that, support them again? I had a lot of experiences with pieces that were in... Is that supported, the English word for that? Or,
yes.
And then 4 moves later,
defend them again.
Defend them again. But otherwise, you can get in serious trouble. Sometimes you underestimate the effects.
Right. Now, did Nimzowitsch had an impact on your chess? I thought he was terrible, personally. I have a bad...
He wrote my system.
Correct.
Yeah.
And my practice.
I've
which are beloved by many players.
Yeah, I purchased the book actually, but they had the old-fashioned annotations that I thought.
True. Yeah, that was bad. But did you read it in the original German?
No.
You read it in the English.
In English,
version,
the English version.
Yeah. Okay. Because I'm told that the German version, it had some nice nuances of the language, and it was much more playful.
All right.
Whereas the English translation was not as playful and. So I just found it turgid, and I was turned off by the English translation. They said, "Well, read it in the German." And I said, "Well, that would be great, except that I don't speak German." I mean, small detail here. I mean, I'm not.
But actually, I because of the old-fashioned annotations, I didn't manage to get through. And,
me either. That was the whole point.
Yeah, but I'm surprised by the fact how much and how many times chess grandmasters and lecturers refer to it.
Yeah,
it's still very, very common knowledge, and even nowadays, it's okay. I think it's still one of the most valuable books actually. Taking towards the center, castling first, connecting the rooks, very, very simple things, of course. But I believe he was the first one to put it down very
of course,
in a very practical way.
Of course, he didn't, let us say, discover prophylaxis or something like that, but he gave it a terminology, he gave it a kind of a definition, even though I don't think he fully appreciated. He was one of those guys who did the so-called overprotection, what you were talking about. You have a pawn on e5, so you put your bishop on f4, you put your knight on f3, you put your rook on e1, and you overprotect. Well, this whole concept of overprotection, which he loved, is just a dead end. I mean, you don't go in the game thinking, "Oh, I've got to overprotect."
No, okay, that's of course, that's absolutely true. Okay.
But on the other hand, in some ways, he did. How do you say? Provoke the discussion.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I mean, he brought you in.
He gave a sequence and priorities too. Then some very valuable ground rules, I believe. Okay, what I'm surprised by the fact now that talking about ground rules.
Yes.
Why doesn't Anish make his king active first? Why does he play the pawns first?
Exactly.
To prevent a pawn storm on the king side, maybe.
Well, let us consider. So we have. Well, here's your question. In fact, Anish did not go, for example, h4.
No.
So the reason he didn't play h4 here is because he... no, I don't think he was afraid of...
G3.
You could play g3. I'm not sure why he didn't choose h4 over king f2. The one thing White wants to avoid, I suppose...
Yeah, the g5.
...is that you get g5 and h4 and somehow your majority gets, like... is lessened.
Yeah, and now the black king can't just walk into the position.
No, he cannot.
No, cannot.
So,
okay, but however, you're not really grabbing or extending your space that way.
That's right.
Yeah.
So king f2 looks like a decent start. Rook d7, and so we get this straight king and pawn in there.
King e3. That's the way Nimzowitsch would have played it, right?
Right, but I liked Anish's choice of h4.
That's prophylaxis, yeah.
Well, in a sense, he's saying to black, I am not going to allow you to get in some g5, h5, h4 ideas. But when you play the move h4, pardon me, it means that black can never prevent you from playing f3 and e4. So a g3 and f4, which means that you will always have a candidate.
Yeah, and a breaking move.
A passer. Yeah.
Yeah.
So after that, we have seen c5, g3.
All right.
From black's point of view, b5.
Yeah, okay, and that's very understandable, yeah.
Now we're here. And now, in a sense, both players can activate their king when they like. So, for example, we might have such moves, yeah? From White's point of view, if I were White here, what I don't want to see is c4.
No.
King coming, I don't know, somehow here and here.
The route to the black's position for the white king is getting very long right now because you can't just you can't play your king to d3. You have to play it via d2 to c3.
Right.
Black has initiative, a major initiative then.
Right. So what I'm thinking that if I were White here, my three moves that I would be considering would be b3. I think this would be my primary move, by the way.
Yeah.
The other move would be f4.
Yeah.
In order that to keep black's king honest. In other words, I'm saying to black, hey, pay attention.
Yeah.
I may get a pass pawn on the king side.
Yeah.
And the other move is, of course, king e3. What you said is, why not activate the king right away?
Yeah.
So I kind of look at it in this way. King e3 you can't prevent, but maybe the move b3 can be stopped, right? Like if black plays c4 here, would you want to play b3 and you would you be scared?
No, you're very okay,
that you're creating a passer that's very far away,
absolutely.
right? So I'm saying that if you're going to play b3 ever, you may actually, it may be now or never.
Yeah.
That type of thing.
Yeah.
f4 you can always play, king e3 you can always play, but b3 is a move that, you know. So those that would be. I'm thinking that basically, unless there's going to be a major blunder here, this game is heading to a draw.
Yeah.
But let's see. Let's say I made a choice and I played 4 here.
The game is already drawn.
Already agreed drawn. In fact.
Okay. Good thing. Good thing.
Okay. Well, Anish, by the way. In my view, in the last few years, has made tremendous progress. I mean, it's just been
Undeniably true, yeah.
You know, just growth. I mean, look at his rating. It speaks for itself.
Yeah, and it's getting more steadily, actually. Playing more dynamic, too. Those are things that really strike to me.
An overall improvement. I know that he's been working with Robin van Kampen for a long while, as well as other players. I mean, I know it's a cliche, but the sky's the limit here.
Yeah.
I mean, what's going to prevent this guy from being a future challenger?
Yeah, I believe absolutely. Within 5 years, I'm expecting that Caruana and Giri are going to be Carlsen's biggest challengers.
Primary rivals, yeah. Well, and today he looked, well, okay, he was white, but it looked very confident, and he's clearly looks like...
I love the C5 move.
Like he's going to be a future rival. So we have our second result. Let's see, where else can we go? Shall we go back to Luke
Carlsen
for a second?
still hasn't beaten Giri in his career, right? Just for the track record?
Just to, for the record.
To get things straight, for the record.
But who will ever... I was here live in the audience when Anish won with the black pieces.
2011.
When it was like a smash too. I mean, it was like the worst loss in Carlsen's career for the last 5 years or something. It was really brutal.
It was really painful. It was. I believe it was the E3 move, right? The E3 move that was killing, right? Because I believe White Knight was on G5.
Right.
White's Queen was on D2, supporting it, and then the E3 move came in between. Yeah.
Right, and it was a Grunfeld where it was one of those games where you look at the game. We all play a game, and at a certain moment you go, oh my God, my queen sucks. Queen's in the wrong place. Oh geez, my bishop's stupid. Yeah. So we have games where we have one piece on the wrong foot.
Yeah.
But that was a game where every piece of metal seemed to be misplaced. It was like, if something was going to go wrong, why not have everything go wrong? And that was an everything went wrong.
That was what happened.
Yeah.
I remember from your lecture, you talk to your pieces, right?
Yes, absolutely.
That's one thing I remember. I tried not to do it out loud.
Right, of course.
That's very important.
Right.
Not out loud because your opponent can hear you.
Your mumblings. Yeah.
But it's a very important thing actually, because when you want your pieces to communicate, they all have to cooperate, of course.
Exactly. So just to clarify to our audience what I actually was saying is in Kotov's book, which I didn't like, by the way, Think Like a Grandmaster, he has certain ideas about how you should mentally approach the game, and he had his tree of variations, if you will, the so-called candidate moves. You concentrate on 2 or 3 moves. You never repeat an analysis and so on. And I thought it was garbage. But I had a different approach, which was that it was, to my mind, very simple, very practical, is you really wanted to... I was a very, very big fan of the games of Vasily Smyslov. I thought he was a player who really played harmonious chess. Everybody, the whole team, your team, his team cooperated together. And I got this idea that, your army is really a team and they need to cooperate and communicate with one another. So sometimes, like in Kotov's book, you need to look with the eyes of a beginner. What he was saying is you get this complicated position and you're about to make the sacrifice.
Yeah.
And what he advised is before you make the sacrifice, just deep breath and look with the eyes of the beginner. In other words, is the sacrifice justified? Like why? Why would it? Is it practical? You just have to stop yourself from being so enthusiastic. So my thought was like, just talk to your pieces and say, as starting with the king, hey, buddy, your most important buddy, right? You happy? You safe? Good, very good. And go on to the next one, lady. No, says your queen, you haven't moved me for the first 40 moves, and I haven't done a damn thing.
You haven't touched me.
Yeah, exactly. Do something with me, And so, and you go like this. So from a practically speaking, we look at the position that we have on our screen at the moment between Timur and Luke. So we imagine that both players have a stream of ideas, a concrete chain of moves that they are now expecting. Maybe Luke has been looking, for example, about bishop takes c6, b takes c6, maybe what you said, a4, maybe he's looking at other moves. And that's fine, that's the way I play, I mean, that's the way I think. But I also, at a certain moment, especially when my opponent is thinking, I'm asking my pieces, and I'm really I ask my king, white king on g1, how are you doing? White king answers, I'm not 100% sure.
No.
I feel okay, but there's kind of this draft, right? From g1 to a7, something can go wrong, so maybe you want to tuck me into bed. Okay. I asked my bishop on h4. How are you feeling? Great. Great. Just give me a little bit support. Help me out here a little bit. And the knight on f3. The rook on a1 is crying. Okay, so I understand a little bit of a cries from the king and a little cries from the rook on a1, and then I start to decide which is the better choice, king h1 or rook e1.
Yeah, which one is priority?
Right.
It's a very simple, logical method in middle games.
Right. And I did that, and I do that. I did it when I was very young. I do it today. And I also do it because I do a lot of work with children and lectures and things like that. And this idea of, okay, it's not Socrates, it's not Aristotle, the debate, the communication, but it's a verbal, we're not computers and inputting zeros and ones.
No, okay.
It's this verbal explanation that when you're talking with children, the children get it. They go, oh, well, Mr. Sarawan, you're telling me that this queen is probably a little bit angry that she's in a pin. Yes. So, Mr. Sarawan, you're telling me that my rook, which hasn't moved, is complaining. Correct. And so forth and so on. So that's where that all comes from.
Okay, that's an effective method, I believe.
I do too. Now, having said all of that, I think the last move was a black move. So d5. So again, from just everything I've stated, the way I would look at it is, should I play king h1? Should I play rook a1 to e1? Or is there some other move? Should I play bishop takes c6 and maybe queen d3 to a6? So in other words, I always look at checks first.
Yeah, checks and then captures. And
so, then
queen
captures.
Attacks,
so I
critical
look at
squares.
Right.
Those are my sequences too, right?
Right,
Those should be the
exactly. I
sequences.
kind of go down my list. So I start looking at captures and queen a6. Not spying anything specifically in my favor. I would probably, all other pari passu, all other things being equal, I would probably go for a move like rook e1.
I think it's not so clear if your king on h1 is better off.
That's right.
Because it's in the diagonal of the bishop is going to be traded off. That's very likely to happen, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. But then okay. But I ask myself, is a probable plan playing rook g1 after you play king h1 and pushing the g pawn, or you think that's too dangerous with the diagonal? Maybe for the black queen, maybe he can be on the she can be on the a8 h1 diagonal. Or do you think that might be a good plan to push the g pawn?
First of all, I really liked very much the idea of pushing the g pawn. But as you yourself just understood,
a few moves ago.
But as you understood already, that now in this position to push the g pawn needs a little bit of preparation. You're going to have to go king h1. You're going to have to go rook g1. So you're going to need two tempi to play it. And
but okay,
is it worth the two tempi?
Yeah, okay, but on the other hand, if you play rook a to e1 right now,
Yes.
I don't see the urgency of that move right now.
It's one of those moves that you just kind of bring.
Yeah,
pieces
you
of-
improve the rook.
Well, one of the things I'm thinking, I'm still haven't given up my kingside ambitions.
Yeah.
So it would be maybe very nice to play the move knight e5.
Yeah.
There's a small drawback.
Yeah.
I'm hanging.
Yeah, okay.
So,
That's a nuance, yeah.
okay, so I play rook e1, dream move, knight e5 on my agenda, another dream move,
Yeah,
queen g3.
okay.
So, probably queen d6, but then, hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, okay, with the tempo.
I can jump and jump.
Great
and-
outposts, yeah.
So, maybe c4? This is kind of one of those moves where, so the reason why do I play c4 is that I wanted to play queen d6 and maybe against bishop g3 I'll be able to go queen c5 check, a little bit embarrassing, and then you're sitting there going, damn it, why, I knew I wanted to play king h1 a while ago, why didn't I do that sometime
But is
ago?
it okay? But is it still is it over then?
No,
because
no,
you
by
have
no means.
bishop f2, right?
Bishop f2, exactly.
Yeah.
By no means. Just a kind of a smorgasbord of ideas, assortment. So rook e1, king h1, this is how I kind of find moves.
Yeah.
Nick, we've got a very special guest, #1 player in Holland. Would you like to stay with us as
I
we
will step aside absolutely.
No, don't step aside. No, I mean we can mutually tag team on it.
He has to sit in the middle.
Yeah,
when you draw Magnus, you can sit in the middle.
Anish, welcome to the show. Welcome.
Congratulations.
Okay, let me fix your collar first of all. Just a second. Okay, we want to make your sponsor proud and happy. Who is your sponsor?
Simone is in
Yes, it's art gallery from Ada.
Wonderful.
The owner is a big chess fan, and I gave a simul there a long time ago. And he has also, next to paintings, he also has a collection of chess sets, and he's a big chess fan. So he decided
To sponsor
I think it was about 3 years ago to sponsor me. So that's, and
Always nice.
He's a big supporter. Almost as big as Nick. I'm joking. Yeah.
Oh, he's been dogging you, trashing your play, questioning every move you've made today.
I can imagine.
Well, let's bring that game up on the board. First of all, I thought it was a very balanced game. I was very enthusiastic about your move c5.
Yeah, I was extremely happy as well. It was one down, I think.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it was like...
Yeah, somehow it fizzled out a little bit too quickly.
It did.
Because I don't...
Take us through it, or if you like.
I was, of course, very surprised. He plays this unorthodox opening, and I don't know what caused it. Maybe he thought that finally it's time to beat me, or maybe he just doesn't have an opening at all, and he's... Yeah, and I somehow...
It's modern defense, right?
Yeah, I was expecting... Okay, once we got this position, I was expecting this because I had this against Jan Nepomniachtchi in Blitz once.
Okay.
So I thought maybe Jan advised him to do something like this.
Aha.
But
You didn't do too well back then?
Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah?
Yeah,
The result?
I think I drew that game, but I had a good position.
Okay.
So I know there is a line like that,
Yes.
and there is a funny trap. Nick will maybe like it.
Yes.
Just for some advice for
Exactly.
club players, f5.
Yes.
And now white has to watch. Okay, natural is to take,
Right.
and
Now
it looks
surprise.
everything is good.
Big surprise now comes.
But there is suddenly bishop takes d4. Bishop
What?
takes d4.
Knight takes...
Knight takes f5, and the bishop is kind of hanging.
Yeah.
And if you go here, your pawn structure is very bad.
Yeah,
So this is this funny trick. Which
I played this a lot in my junior days, and I have won many times, but several times getting an advantage right out of the opening when white comes to you after the game and says, well, what did I do wrong?
Yeah, it's extremely natural. I mean, you protect the knight, you develop the bishop, your castle, you take on f5, and normally you expect knight f5, knight f5, bishop f5, queen d2, and white is slightly better.
Exactly.
So yeah, this is more or less my knowledge about this position. And knight c6, I was confused with the movers. I don't know what it is. And Okay, f6 is yeah, because if I go bishop e3, he might have option of bishop g4. So I played bishop g5.
Okay.
And here he played knight h6.
Yes.
Yeah, now I was afraid. Actually, it was funny after here.
I can imagine that this is theoretical, right?
Yes.
It is still.
Yeah,
Yes.
probably some games of Osmai Parashvili. Yeah.
For
And
sure.
it's funny, in this position we get it. We get this position from King's Indian.
In different move order?
From knight
Yeah.
goes g4, bishop g5, f6, bishop c1, and f5. So it was a funny transposition here.
Right.
But okay, so I played h3. And I was surprised with knight f7. It looks to me premature. So I...
Now, the question, because I was on with Hans Bohm, before the move h3 on it, of course you're concerned about the move knight g4 and so on. And so the big question maybe was, did you consider c5, knight g4, bishop c4 ideas, or c5?
To be honest, c5 didn't occur to me here.
At this moment, it
Yeah,
wasn't
but
in your...
knight g4, bishop c4, it's just too creative for me.
Or c5, knight g4, bishop
Yeah.
b5.
Yeah, but it's too
Too
yeah,
much.
I mean, it's just too creative. I'm like, don't come up with such ideas.
Well, you
Bishop
don't
b5
like
is not good. You just castle, right?
yeah, bishop c4. So you're basically challenging black to take on e3.
But you know, we also don't want after this position, we don't want to end up worse with white after
of
10
course
moves.
not.
Good point.
So, a little
But,
temperance.
yeah, but it might be very good. I
Okay.
just didn't consider that at all.
Of course. So h3 is a very normal move.
Yeah, knight
we
f7
understand. Knight f7
surprised
also.
me.
Really?
Yeah, but again, maybe his idea is that here I can maybe even go g4 because I didn't cast, but I don't know if I should do it. But okay, so he played knight f7, and now yeah, c5 is maybe.
I was very enthusiastic.
I was also, because I was thinking that my bishop coming to c4.
Yeah,
and,
yeah, very good thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
and also this is weakened, and he is yeah.
Exactly. In fact, it was very difficult for us to see the sequence that Magnus
Yeah, to be honest,
played.
it didn't occur to me also in a long while, but it is very
Right.
strong because
Exactly.
it's the only way to play. Yeah,
The only way to... Yeah, everything
but
else
it's
is
kind of
very nice.
so strange.
Right.
Yeah, well here I can of course just, but I was wondering actually maybe he wants f5.
Yeah.
Usually with castles f5. That's right.
But yeah, but
Also
why?
with f5.
Because
right
if
away.
castles, I was wondering that maybe I can do this d5
You
g4
want to play
thing.
g4 thing? Yeah.
Because I didn't castle, so I have King's Indian without castling.
Yes.
But I don't know if, and maybe the rook g1. Well,
What's your plan with the king then? Are you
He
going to
wants
castle
long.
long?
Yes.
But
in
yeah, but it's
general-
very often it's very safe because all the pieces are on the king side.
On the king side, yeah, that's totally
and after
true.
king is on b1, it's extremely safe. So
Yeah,
if I
yeah.
get the time,
Okay, that's a
Of course
of course we
possibility.
have to
You
reckon
get it.
with some quick replies.
f5. So in fact...
But I was worried about f5. No,
Yeah.
not worried. I mean, but I was just thinking, for example, if I force the matters, the knight comes to e6. It's very nice there. Pawn comes to c6.
Precisely so.
So I was kind of confused. I should be better here, but I was a little bit... Okay, I would have normally played it, but then suddenly I thought that c5 is great,
Right.
because now f5 is really not good, because it's... I mean,
Tearing up the center for
once
him, yeah.
once we have this structure even, unlike...
Well, now you're happy.
Yeah.
You have permanent control of
there is
d5.
no the c4, c6 pawns, so this should be very good for me.
Exactly.
But this was very strong, and actually it was maybe... Yeah, I was expecting, I think, castle. And now bishop c4 is maybe not a good move, because you can take, and then play knight ce5
Okay.
suddenly, and then dc5. But I think I can take first, for example, and then
Yes.
bishop c4, and knight d6, queen d3, long castle.
It's cleaner.
It's really
that's
good.
Right. Yes.
So dc, de, yeah, and I saw this idea of fe5
right.
to fight for this square,
Yeah.
but here I thought that, for example, this could be very good for me.
Exactly.
Kick the knight out. And here,
Recapturing with the knight was a
yeah,
very
and
good idea.
I started to think how to, I was sure I'm better, but,
I also,
okay, it's very tempting to take, of course.
Right.
Now I have this knight jumping to d5, but he has a strong move bishop d7, followed by long castle.
Right.
He completes his development. Okay, I have this. He suggested after the game playing f4.
Right.
I assume he meant bishop. Well, I don't know what he meant, but I mean, I don't believe white can be better at all here.
Right.
You evaluated this position afterwards, after the game?
No,
Probably
no.
wasn't even,
yeah,
a
during,
big,
but also we discussed with him after the game. Yeah, I asked him what was his opinion after the position here, and he told me that maybe I can play like that, but probably it's fine for him anyway.
Well, it's true. If you were going to play like that, however, Anish, you would sit there and say to yourself, okay, I accept the double pawns, but then I don't want to use the tempo h3 anymore. Give me back 2 extra moves, so that the double.
No, but
pawn.
it's not. This is not why I play c5. I'm not
Exactly.
intending to play a complicated equal endgame when I play c5. I just,
Right.
So yeah, here. And actually, the thing is that once we played here in the last round, maybe 2 years ago, and I played the Zemish variation with f3.
Right.
I was expecting
and
that today too. Why didn't you choose to play that?
Actually, it's very hard. It's very hard to with this move order.
With the g6 move.
To play f3, maybe knight c6 somehow. So the move order is sort of. I don't know if it avoids Zemish, but at least it makes it uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Right.
f3 here is not tempting.
No.
But and somehow.
By the way.
Yeah.
Do you think he even played this way to avoid the Zemish variation, or am I going too far?
Could be.
That could be.
But I think he just played it. I imagine that he read this. There is a new book by Tiger Hilar Person.
Yeah.
He wrote once a book on modern defense. It's called Modern Defense.
Yeah. I have to purchase that one because I want to play modern.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's a very good book. I think the opening is less good, but the book is good. I don't know how it combines together. And I imagine they're both from Scandinavian area. So I imagine
Sweden,
Denmark, Norway, all.
Yes.
So
you're talking about the Scandinavian school of chess?
No, I think maybe he got a discount for this book. So he bought it. I don't know. But
it inspired him.
This must be because once he played the Scandinavian against Caruana, and I thought, why is he playing Scandinavian against Caruana? And then I looked at the New in Chess bookshop, and I saw one of the latest books was Scandinavian Queen d8. So I think Magnus, his way of preparing is just buys these New in Chess books and starts reading them. So that's what he's doing.
Well, it's working.
It's working. I mean, if you play very well, it doesn't matter. You can. Yeah, and now
you didn't want to see the knight landing on d4.
I got rid of the knight, but of course I don't have any advantage here.
Right.
I have a better pawn, maybe better pawn structure, but. Yeah, I mean he's here. He's quite comfortable. Right. And in the end game, I was even slightly concerned because first of all, I started thinking, what if? Okay, my plan was to go to this end game, but
to keep bishop and knight. You mean?
I mean, I thought at first it's completely equal, but suddenly I was starting imagining ghosts. Imagine king come to d6, bishop to e6, c6, b5, a5.
Right.
Black has majority, and I don't push my pawns. So I got a little bit worried, and
the bishop is, after all, a little bit better
and
than the knight.
When it's on the two flanks, it's always better than the knight. And okay, he has a very comfortable endgame, and I expected him to play the rook endgame, for example, g5. But like this, and okay, I mean his ideal idea, of course, I will never allow it. But his idea is to now change rooks, or something.
Right.
And okay, now this pawn doesn't count here, and he has majority.
Yeah, clear. Yeah.
But
and only two results.
I will not allow it. Maybe even king g3 with idea h4 is possible.
Yeah.
And if h4, king g4. So this is maybe what I would play. And here he scared me a little bit. I mean, not the position, but he scared me because he kind of claimed that he wants to change rooks. And if I don't want to change rooks, then I have to really give him a lot of ground.
Right.
Because then rook on d3 is misplaced, and he has second rank problems. So.
You thought wait a minute, is he playing for a win? By going into a losing king upon endgame because there's no bridge to come back to?
Yeah, I was a bit confused. What is this rook? But actually, it's important here that I have this tempo.
G3.
G5, and then I have maybe if I play king e3, I didn't calculate, but maybe I imagine that this could be lost.
That something could really go wrong.
Yeah.
That he's got two bridesmaids that are very far.
Yeah. No.
But you're in time. You're in the square.
Position.
Yeah, you're in time.
So I don't know what's his point.
Yeah.
But more precise is to play f4. I mean, not precise, but just easier. And there is actually one funny position. If I am
better or not?
No, I'm completely equal if I play e5. But actually, I was just trying to find a way how I can lose. Like this.
You wanted to discover losing.
This could be lost actually. But make move.
No.
A4. Let's say b6.
B3.
A6.
Okay. Now I can figure out a way of losing. But okay, let's say I go king d3. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. King f4, king c4. Yeah.
That was
but okay, you see the idea, right?
Yeah. Yes. Of course.
I mean, okay. Hang on. Once if he got But I mean if we have
such a position, you want to get a
position with white to move
with king f4. Yes.
Hang on. King e3, king e5. Yeah. This position with white to move.
Yes.
Maybe it's lost. Yeah. This is the position which is lost. King d3, king f4, I win this pawn, king f3, king d4.
Hold on though, I think it's still a draw, Anish. King d3, king f4, b4.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. This I was kind of
this was
calculating. But I mean,
you want to figure out how to lose
I was
it?
just, but you know, once since he went for it, I was thinking whatever, how I can ever lose. Right. But look, now the king may be coming back somewhere, and
you're making a Zugzwang.
Yeah, probably I do make a Zugzwang. It must be, no. Probably I make a Zugzwang.
I have to be scared. Okay, but
you don't believe me, do you?
No,
probably
not really.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that you do that, and I think that I do it as well. It's kind of a challenge that we try to. We do it as a way of quelling our fears. Mm-hmm. How can I lose this position?
Yeah.
Right. So we play a little fantasy game with ourselves, and we say, okay, if I do everything wrong. If I do everything wrong, like this king and pawn game, what you've been shown. And then I can still draw. Oh, well, there goes the worries.
And also I was trying to figure out
the pessimist evaluation is that.
Right.
I mean, even if I give you 20 tempo, but okay, if EF, GF, G5, but okay, I'm never ever losing it. So whatever.
Well, also, okay, you've obviously been demonstrating very nicely how you could lose the game, but I was also trying to demonstrate very nicely how black could lose the game, and that if black is allowing you to play G3, F4, and F5. That's something.
Then he got. Then it's not. Yeah. Okay, it gets sharp. Yeah. But okay, I mean, black can also easily try if he wants. If he wants, he can commit suicide extremely. Actually, one logical way of losing might be
show us
here.
The suicide
I played G3,
and
actually C4. I'm not sure, but A4 might be winning. Might be.
Because he's not in time to protect his C pawn.
Yeah, somehow King E3, and if A6, A5.
So if
B6, King E3, King D2, King C3. I don't know.
B6, King E3, A6, King D2, B5.
B5 is just King to B4, but
and then you get your King to the B4 square.
D6, F4.
Right.
B5, take. King C3, King C5, FE.
But now he has check.
B4, come back, and I come here. Yeah, and I probably win this position. Yeah, I should win it.
Win the
Unless
position?
You can go King C5.
Right.
Yeah, but okay, but why is playing for win here? Because black has no ideas. Maybe I can do this.
E6, maybe E6 and King D4.
I can even force it. Yeah. Can force the matters. Yeah. So this was C4 was a logical way to lose for black, but that's what happens in equal positions. Both sides have options to lose, but generally it ends in a draw.
Right.
And here it's a kind of a fortress from both sides.
Exactly.
I have advantage here. He has advantage here, and no one.
They're offsetting. Yeah. Anish, thank you so much for joining us, and really, it's been a while, but congratulations. I was talking with Nick about it, and it just, I witnessed your progress from afar, let's say, but it's been steady. You've really been on the right track. So whatever it is you've been doing, keep up the good work.
Thank you. Do you know what I've been doing? Or?
No, what have you been doing?
I have no idea. Also.
Well, whatever the secret, if we can put it in a can, we'll make a lot of money. Thank you again.
Yes,
good luck in the event.
I'm going to play some Blitz games too.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. All the viewers, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thanks for your time. It was very interesting.
Yeah, we will also take a little bit break. We'll find somebody else to victimize and bring them in. So a few minutes and we'll be right back. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome again to the 2015 edition of the Tata Steel Chess Festival. We're here in Wijk aan Zee in the Domorian where the games are all taking place. We've had two results in the Premier Group already, and they have been draws. Giri, Holland's #1, has drawn against world champion Magnus Carlsen, and we've had Aronian and Saric making a draw as well. The games are heating up as time trouble or time control approaches, and we'll jump right into some of those matches. And of course, what we'll try to do is grab some of the players after their game has ended. Again, a thank you, a shout out to Giri for joining us and sharing with his game with Magnus. We're looking at the game at the moment on our screen between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, MVL, to his fans, and women's world champion Hu Yifan. So when we have left the game, we have left it around these parts, Queen B3, Queen D6. We thought that black had a very reasonable position. The outcome of the opening has been, on balance, even. Queen C2, Bishop D7, Queen C7, trying to discoordinate black's queen and the knight on B6. Queen F6, keeping the queens on the board. Queen B7, Rook F B8, Queen C7, Queen B2, Queen D6, back to F6, trades, and we have this position. And I thought rather balanced, but more or less I kind of preferred white's position a little bit. I was thinking that white was going to play the move Rook C7 here, which is very normal and natural move, Rook C7 followed by Rook B1, and to try to put pressure on black's position. Rook C5, well, I didn't really appreciate that move so much because of this counter attack with Rook C3. Rook looks really good on C3 versus on B8. And we have this position, and the real problem is you really don't want to play a move like Bishop takes A6 here, walking into this pin, which could easily become fatal. So we're not going to see that move. We're most likely going to see a move like Rook B1. And we have this position. It's still hard to make heads or tails out of what's going on. A lot of weak pawns for both sides here in this position. What to play for black? Not that easy a decision. In some ways I want to play moves like D5, D4 and Bishop E6 going after this pawn, but D4, well, it could easily end up being a key weakness. Bishop A4, attacking the rook, attacking the knight on C3. Oh dear. That is usually something that you don't want to see. So I'm wondering what else white might do here. A move like Bishop C2, stepping back in order to play Bishop B3. Well, I think this is just a very awkward position for both players, and I'm really not too sure as to what MVL should do. Probably, if I was in white shoes, I would go for a Bishop C2, Bishop B3 idea, unless there's something more attractive. Just a very difficult position to make a judgment call on. Let's see another game that was going on that I found personally very attractive. Wesley So is white against the Polish player. And when we had left it, Black had just played the move bishop f6, bringing his bishop into the game. Knight a3. This is where we had left it, and f7, f5. I thought that White had a pull in the position. Nothing extra special, but something I liked about White's position. Well, specifically what I really liked about White's position was this knight on b5 and nice dreams of bringing it to the c6 square. So we saw these moves were all very reasonable, a lot of maneuvering game. We have this trade, and finally we see this move knight a7, a move I had mentioned in previous broadcasts, as White's idea is very simply he wants to bring his knight to c6 and utilize the open b file. Rook b8, rook b5. I like what White is doing here. He's trying to get a pass pawn on the queen side. a5, a4, knight c6. Again, this all looks very reasonable to my eyes. c5. Okay, here definitely a big think, because c5 is a big decision. The knight, basically the trade of these pawns will mean that knight on d6 is going to be very good. On the other hand, Black has ideas like e5, e4, knight e5. So Wesley probably felt obliged to play c5. Maybe he felt it was too slow. It would take too much time for him to go rook b4, rook takes a4. Still, it's a difficult position. c5 takes, rook b6, knight d6, and White to play. Well, I guess the big question, or if it's a question or not, is what to make of a position like this. Or should we first play knight b5, force the Black king to be less active, and play a position like rook takes b5? It feels like White has an initiative, but I can't be sure it's serious or not. These passed pawn, this passed e-pawn, well, let's say knight takes b6, maybe I can flick in a rook check. That might be a very useful check. But there's also king f7, and there's ideas like rook takes d5. But here White will be a little bit better. A lot of these rook and pawn endgames are notoriously drawn. This may not be one of them. White definitely for choice here. So let me get an update of the game. Just a moment. Update of the game. Where is it? Here we are. So he has played knight a5. Not knight. We were just looking at a variation that went knight a7 and knight b5. Wesley's choice was knight a5. Okay. So the big difference is in this position you can't play rook d8 because of this very unpleasant knight b7 taking advantage of the pin along the 6th rank. So I would imagine king e7 stepping back. Now again, if White And I'm not sure white is the one who's trying to play for advantage, but if white wants to play for an advantage, knight c4 takes, check, king, rook takes. I don't see this as being very dangerous for black at all. Black has such moves. And there's always this counterplay with the e pawn. That's going to be very good counterplay. White might take a draw in this way. Oops. And let's see what has happened. Well, I do believe one repetition has been made already. Yes, we see it here that one repetition has in fact been made. So this is the position, knight a5, king e7, and so one repetition. So this game may also be heading for a draw. So not many no decisive games thus far. Let's turn to the game between Ding Liren and Fabiano Caruana. And let's see, when we left it, let's see, as I recall, it was just after this move rook e3, which was designed to prevent black from playing knight b6, because knight b6 walks into a very awkward move rook a3. So rook b8, rook a3, and this is, I think, the point where we left it. Queen c7, f4, knight b6, rook b1, rook d8, bishop c3. Bishop c3. I am not... I don't find that move attractive. I'm not quite sure what I like instead. Somehow I want to be able to play moves like rook b5. Somehow I want to be able to coordinate rook b5 and knight e4, so I can pressure the pawn on c5, but Ding first played bishop c3. Okay, so he has ideas like bishop a5, but I'm not really a big fan of giving up that bishop, the dark squared bishop, for the pawn on b6. Queen d7, bishop f1, bishop f5, rook a1. Okay, so first instincts are that something just went a little bit awry for white there, that black improved the position of his pieces. The queen on c7 is improved and the bishop on f5 is improved. One day, very shortly, I think we're going to see the move f7, f6 in order to liberate the bishop on g7. I think that Fabiano has actually outplayed Ding a little bit in the last few moves. f6 right away. All right. So now white's king is a little bit unhappy. We see that when the rook comes to e1, well, white's king is going to be unhappy. Rook b5. Okay. Knight a4, knight b3, and winning the dark squared bishop, even at the cost of this pawn on c5, is actually going to be first blush in black's favor. I'm a big pawn grubber, as you all should know, but I also really respect the two bishops, especially in a position where one of the kings is a little bit more exposed. In this case, white's king is quite exposed. Bishop e4, with a very natural idea of f5 to open up the bishop. f5. Ooh. Okay, now I'm really liking black's position a lot. Two bishops. And there we go. Okay, this is really looking very nice for for black now. It's very easy to spy ideas like bishop d4 check. And again, white's king is the one in troubles. Queen f4, just slowly improving the position, dodging any rook c7 counterplay. So I like Fabiana's position very much, and I would consider him as having a clear advantage at this moment. But let me get an update on the board. So let's see what has happened. So when we have left it, rook e7, as the players approach time trouble, h4. Oh boy, very big move. a5, rook takes. Well, now we have bishop c3. Rook d5, what on earth is going on? Oh my, rook d5. Just having a little technical there. Okay, the window has come back. So, well, black could capture an exchange. Takes. Oops, excuse me. I've got to include rook takes, queen takes, pawn takes. So an exchange to the good with a nice bishop on e5. I don't want to say that that's winning. I think that there are other moves here, including the simple move queen a7 check. Let me just make sure that I'm not missing something very simple tactical move here. Maybe I'm missing, I do apologize, maybe I'm missing something tactically, but queen a7 check looks really, really strong. And if, for example, we see a move like queen e3, now I take with the rook on d5. After the recapture, I take the rook on e1 with bishop takes e1, and that just looks like a whole rook to me. So I think Ding Laren has missed a tactic, and that rook d5 is a losing move because of, because of queen a7 check. Let me see if I can get an update on that game. And indeed, that's exactly what happened. We have seen queen a7 check, king h2. Well, that's hanging a rook. Rook takes, pawn takes, bishop takes e1, and I believe Ding can resign. We'll make it that simple. And in fact, he has resigned. So, the world's #2 player, Fabiana Caruana, getting off to an excellent start here in the first round, winning with the black pieces against the Chinese player Ding Laren. Just looking at the times, it looks like some kind of a time trouble collapse here as Ding ended up losing a rook. You don't mind losing a pawn, but losing a rook, that's pretty harsh. Going back to the game of Wesley So for a moment, we saw some repetitions, so it's definitely Wesley trying to play for the win, as he did end up playing knight a7. He had the draw. There's a school of thought that whenever you can make a repetition, you should make it once, just to show to your opponent as well as the public that you are the player trying to play for the win. When we left it, I thought that the way White might want to play is to play knight b5, king e7, rook takes c5. And in the very brief lines I looked at, White was better, but I didn't think it was serious. We shall see. Let's see what other games are going on. It's been a while since I left the game of Ivanchuk. He was playing against Jobava, and whoa, lots and lots of things have happened in this game. When we left it, we had just seen a move Rook E1, I believe, so it's been some time ago. I was here with Nick. It was Knight takes E2, Rook takes E2, Queen B4, a move I had looked at in a different position. I think it was with Rook F2, but transpositional. Rook D2, Rook D8, C5. C5. Queen A5. Rook takes D6, bishop back to F8, so white is having a hard time maintaining his pawn on C5. Bishop takes, bishop D4. Well, I think that black has done more than equalized, and that black is the one with an edge at this moment. B5. Okay, so at some moment, black wants to be able to capture, and take this pawn on A2. So he played B7, B5 as a preparatory move to playing bishop takes C3. Whoa, knight takes D4. There's a bishop G5. Oh, queen takes C3. Nice little trick there by Vasily Ivanchuk. He's saying that there'll be an E4, E5 answer to a move like King G7. So a bishop was of opposite color transposed into a rook ending. That is very, very balanced. But that doesn't mean that it's a draw, and Ivanchuk just played a very sharp... Oh, thank you so much, Leonard. Nothing like being caffeinated. A little coffee. King D5. Well, if it was like one of those last round of a tournament and I needed desperately to win as white as I was a half a point behind my opponent who's the tournament leader or something, I mean, I would be thinking more along the lines of King E5, King E5, Rook E2, King F6, and trying that way. King D5 was Vasily's choice, and let me just get an update about the position. King D5, King B6 has been played, defending the pawn on A6 very reasonably. And now, okay, well, in for a penny, in for a pound. E5, let's go for it. I'm assuming rook takes C3, although rook takes G4. But the whole point is, as white, I'm trying to create, even at the cost of two connected pass pawns on the queen side, a very strong, we hope, if we're white, a very strong passed E-pawn. Although I must say, I have some doubts about how strong that passed E-pawn might be. Takes, rook, as we know, belongs behind the pass pawn, rook E3. Well, I would be very reluctant to go all in here with something like king here, b4, e7. I know that this pawn is going to cost black a rook, but on the other hand, these two connected pass pawns being supported by their king may also cost white his rook, and maybe worse yet. So, very sharp rook and pawn endgame in this going on here. Again, going back to the position. Sorry, I'm just trying to get the ideas here. We've been looking at e5. Possible. I'm not very enthusiastic about white's rook on a2. And another possibility I was just thinking of was a move like rook f2, and in case of rook takes c3, one of the things I was trying to do, probably very unsuccessfully, is somehow activating my rook so that I'll put your black's king in some, far away place, and trying to get this pass pawn going. Not easy, not easy. So king d5, king d6, rook f2, not the only move, e5. What other choices here does white have? I mean, again, a moment ago, it seemed very clear that white's most direct method was to go king e5, king f6, and Vasily did not go for that. Specifically, this position is when he played the move king d5, and he did not choose the move king e5. A decision I'm not quite sure I fully grasp. Put it another way, I don't fully grasp. To my mind, king e5, king b6, rook e2, rook takes, king f6. The rook is behind the pass pawn, making it that much easier for white to push his pawn, as well as capturing the f7 pawn. I like white's chances here. I'm not a big fan of what Ivanchuk did in the game. We have a cartoon tweet. What's the cartoon tweet? Oh my goodness. Let me see what I've got. Look what I'm missing. A cartoon tweet. David Navarro. Oh no.
Just for today.
Oh wow. Okay. I recognize her work. It's a local artist here, a local Dutch artist. I've seen her in many, many, many Vachier-Lagrave. She's the one with the flaming red hair and doing watercolors with her palette. And actually, I have a piece of hers at home. So we go way back. But unfortunately, I forget her name. My greatest weakness as a chess player is forgetting people's names, as well as my own games. But nice, I like it. You have to make postcards and make them available. All right, let's see some other games. What has happened? Oh, that game was already a draw. And this game is, yes, this game is terrible between Hu Yifan and MVL. I was having a horrendously difficult time guessing moves of the players. So rook c3, rook b1, had I seen that move, I would have played it. I got stuck playing moves like rook d1. The rook b1 is much, much more active. I was trying to defend the bishop when I should have been trying to attack the knight. A much better move, knight a4, bishop b5. Now that's cute. Got to give MVL a great deal of credit for his creative play there, putting the bishop on b5, taking advantage of the pin along the a file. Bishop f5, rook b3, Oh, I really do like the way MVL has played this, and I think he stands better now. Now, finally, things have clarified a bit. Rook takes d5. Whoa, whoa, oh, pardon me. I was thinking for a moment the bishop is hanging, but so is that bishop on on c6. Rook d6. Ideas maybe of scaring black's king a bit with the move rook g3 is in the position. No longer. Finally, liberating the knight. The knight comes to c4. That's a great success for MVL. Knight b5, takes. Now things are suddenly looking very skyward for white. The split pawns on the king's side means that in certain 3 versus 2, the defender is going to have a much harder time in making a draw, assuming, of course, that white gets to pick up this b5 pawn. Rook c5, knight d5. Again, eyeballing this opportunity to play rook g3 check, as well as go after this pawn on f6. King h8, well, snap the pawn. And am I up to date with the position? I do like white here very much. And we do have a move f2, f3. Okay, we're always taught that in such positions, milk the position, play it slowly, as they say, but I'm just a little bit curious why. So there is a trick. Okay, so the trick is if we go crazy with f4, black can go rook e6, and unfortunately after the trade of rook, both the rook on b3 as well as the knight on f6 is hanging. So f4, the desirable f4, I should say, is not on the cards at the moment. So f3 was MVL's play. So the big diff is now if you play rook e6, I am under no obligation to trade rooks. I have the move knight e4, and if black plays bishop to e6, I can rescue both my rook and my knight with the move knight g4. In both cases, the pawn on f3 gives very important support. All right, let's see what has happened after f3. Do we have a move? I don't think yet we have any moves. f3 is the last one.
Spent 14 and a half minutes.
Huifana spent 14 and a half minutes?
No, Maxime spent 14 and a half on f3.
On f3. Was it the 40th move? Yes, it was just after the 40. Yeah, I've always been a big fan of this, but of course, the time controls have changed so greatly in the last few years. I was always a big fan after making the 40th move that you just get up from the board and you take a break. You go to the bathroom, you wash your face with cold water, deep breath, instead of, and to get rid of all of the preconceived notions that you may have had when you were under time trouble, and to take a moment to really get up to speed with the position. So MVL did that by taking 14 minutes on his 41st move, and I think f3 is a very fine move indeed. I would be surprised, however, if there wasn't other opportunities here for white. You would think, in some ways, that this nice coordination of the rook and knight, but you would really want to play some type of moves like rook g3 or maybe rook c3 and bringing your rook here to c7, but this move rook e6 is really going to always interfere with any wonderful checkmating plans that white may have had. So that was why he played this move f2, f3. Well, I really think that Black is going to have to break up this team, this splendid team with the move Rook e6, Knight e4, and can Black hold this position or not? That's is a very key question for this ending. Definitely not a pleasant one for the women's world champion. And following the opening ceremony of yesterday, if you've been with us earlier, you saw a clip with Jobava. We have a second clip with interview with Wesley So. We'll just take a moment and see what Wesley had to say about the event.
It's opening day on the 77th Tata Steel Chess Tournament. I'm standing here with Wesley So. Wesley, welcome back.
Thank you so much.
So, first of all, let's discuss your year. How was your year chess-wise?
Last year, 2014, was relatively a good year for me. I gained a lot of ranking compared to a year ago, and I was working at first as a student at Webster University, and I took a break a few months ago, and so I won quite a bit of events last year, and I had some good fortune in Las Vegas two times, and
yes, I read you won the $1 million tournament. Does it mean you're a millionaire now?
No, not really. Well, the millionaire chess event means that they have $1 million prizes for the whole event, but not just for the champion, unfortunately. But still, I consider Vegas to be a good place for me.
Okay. The drawing of Lust had just taken place. Are you satisfied with the outcome?
I got the 7 number, which according to my mother is a lucky number, considering that this will be the 77th Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And it's a big honor for me. I haven't double-checked it, but I think I have more whites than blacks in this tournament, so that will be an extra bonus if it's true. It's a big honor that the world champion Magnus Carlsen is here, and would like to thank the organizers and the Tata Steel Chess for sponsoring another event. And it has been a great opening just a few minutes ago, and I'm very glad to be a part of it.
What's your ambition for this tournament? Are you going to try to win the tournament? Can you say something about that?
Well, my ambition is just to play well. It's a very long tournament. Anything can happen. I'm not sure what will happen. And it's going to be a very tough year compared to last year because the world champion is here. And yeah, Magnus Carlsen is here.
And he is the favorite for you?
Well, he's the world champion. And I have a lot of respect and admiration for his game. I will try my best in this tournament. I'm the 5th seed. And so I just want to play well. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, good luck and thank you.
Thank you so much, and wish you all the best of luck as well.
Well, welcome back. Your host, Chess Grandmaster Wojtaszek Caruana here. We just heard from Wesley So. For our international audience, of course, you see Wesley's name on the list of world's top players, top 20 players. But for the American audience, most especially, Wesley has made huge ripples in North America. He's had some truly outstanding successes, and he comes into this event, in my opinion, with really high ambitions to do extremely well, because what he's done in America in the past year and a half has been really extraordinary. He's just had enormous successes. As I've mentioned earlier in our programs, he's led the St. Louis Archbishops to the U.S. Chess League title championship, playing a huge role. I think Wesley had some fantastic result, like 8 wins and 2 draws, not to mention his skill at blitz chess, where tie breaks are an issue in the U.S. Chess League. He also won the Millionaire Open, a $100,000 Open. He just played in the North American Open, where I believe he gave up 2 draws out of 9 games, scoring some fantastic winning success, like 8 out of 9, and the players who tied for second were way back. So Wesley is really, his sails are full, and I'm very optimistic for his result. Speaking of a result, we have another result. A draw was agreed in the game between Timur Radjabov and Logan Wely. They had a very intriguing game. I actually liked Timur's chances throughout this game. In the position that we had left it, Nick and I were looking at King H1 and Rook E1. Rook E1 was Timur's choice, and after a trade of rooks, Knight B6 back to D7. We mentioned that the king is a little bit vulnerable, so ideas of C4 and Queen B6 were on Luke's agenda. Trading on C6. Okay, fair enough. B2, B3, H2, H3. These moves all look very reasonable to me. Wow, why did Luke play Knight H5 only to retreat back? Well, of course, now that the knight on C3 no longer defends the E4 square, we can basically understand that his idea was to plop a knight in the center of the board. Queen A6. Okay, that move I find a little bit confusing. I think I would have been more tempted to try to take away the E4 square from black, and to play a move like C2, C4, hoping to encourage a trade so that there won't be a future knight E4. Timur played Queen A6, Queen B5, takes, Rook C8. Okay, so a move like B4 can be met by Knight E4, forcing Bishop takes A7 anyway, so Rook takes C2. Now Luke probably felt that he had more than enough compensation, because first of all he's got a Rook on the 7th, always very nice, but he's also got this great support square for his knight, Knight E4. A4 takes, Rook goes after that passer. Rook B1. Okay, Rook B1. Excuse me if I don't fully understand that move. It seems more sensible that white might have played Rook E7 and Bishop D4. The Rook B1 was Timur's choice. And this is what we saw, just a forced repetition, and a draw was agreed. Well, for Luke, he'll be very pleased with the outcome of today's round. Black against one of the top grandmasters in the world. In fact, I think at one moment Timur was ranked as high as number 3 before he had a Waterloo, so to speak, at the candidates tournament in London, where he really fell a lot of world placement points, ranking, and Timur really hasn't recovered from that particular outing, but again, he's really a top grandmaster, very hard player to beat. In fact, he doesn't lose that many games. So let's continue our look at when we have left it. It was the game between Ivanchuk and Jobava. We got to this point, and clearly Ivanchuk is hoping that his e-pawn is going to bring him glory. But first, he played the move Rook A3. Frankly, a move that I was reluctant to play, because it really puts the rook well, let's just put it clearly, in a dreadful square. No coming back from the likes of that one, rook a3. But on the other hand, he's protecting a very vital pawn. a5 was played, e5 was played, and we have this position on the board. Okay. So, again, a very awkward position to try to make a snap judgment about. The nice thing I want to say from Black's point of view, not from White's point of view, from Black's point of view, Black's king is in the square of the e-pawn, so I don't think this is a real big winning try for White. So for example, let's try a4 for Black, and my defensive idea is if you recapture with the e-pawn, that I wanted to be able to bring my king back in time to slow you down. And again, this construction on the queen side is not very attractive for White. On the other hand, if White were to capture with the king, and for example, going for the f-pawn, here it's a much more favorable outcome, but still Black is probably going to, well, unfortunately you have to end up calculating these things, but I think Black is going to be happy after king here, let's just say here, check, no, then the king I can't disturb. I beg your pardon, that didn't work out very well. So I have to defend this a different way. That's a funny variation that I'm looking at. So the variation I was looking at was rook takes, rook here, pawn here. And my first instinct was to be able to play king a5 and b4, but maybe I actually need to deal with this pawn on h2. So for example, imagine a move like this. Let me just make sure that the tempi that I want is working for Black. Did I do it wrong? Let's just say here, here, here. Well, this is weird. What I was trying to do with Black is get White to bring his rook, to distract White's rook by forcing his rook over, so that at the end of the day, over here on the queen side, I would just make a draw by having king and pawn versus king and rook. I probably messed that up, but you get the general idea of why I feel that Black should not be losing this game. But it requires calculation, of course. So here, back at this moment, we've just seen the move a5. Oh, pardon me. Let me get an update of the game. Where are you? Ivanchuk. Oh, rook a4. That's a very cute move. So we're here, e5. I've seen this move, rook a4. I didn't pay that much attention to it, but now I think I appreciate the move rook a4 a little bit more. The idea is to transpose directly into the line we were looking at, but by first misplacing White's rook for a moment on the b3 square so that a4 can come with tempo. So let me explain what I think Jobava has in mind. After the move rook b3, rook takes, pawn here, pawn takes, pawn takes. Okay, so first of all I have to, I want to be able to use the move a5 a4 with the tempo, but I've got to do it in the right sequence. e7 is coming fast. Just a second, so I have to come down. So this could be a funny variation like a moment ago. And what I wanted to do was check, force this. And remember a moment ago when I was using all of those tempos to play G5 and H5 and G4 and H3. Well, now I've got the exact situation I want, but now I have two connected pass pawns on the king side, and I can play this king and rook, king and pawn versus king and rook without any problem. So easy draw for black. But let's just see what happened. Rook a4. Okay. So wait a minute. So can white capture this rook? That's the question. It's one of those crazy situations where these pawns, as stupid as they look, double pawns on the A file, keeping white's king at bay, this could easily go wrong for white. That's very confusing. I know. One more look. Sorry. Rook takes a4, b takes a4, f5, takes, push. In this case, both players are getting queens, but black is the one who queens first, and black is in favor. This is, of course, in black's favor because he's got a pass pawn after moves like queen takes c3, not to mention there are checks in the position that could prove awkward for white. So here, black is definitely for choice. I definitely would not go for this as white. So I've been looking at rook b3. Do I need to take that pawn? Maybe I can take this pawn and bring my rook to f4. So there's no e6 in the position because of rook takes f5 check, forcing the move f6. Okay, I have to obviously stay alert and not allow white's king to go all the way to e7. a4. Maybe I don't like a4. Maybe there's something to be said for rook rook f3, pinning the rook on b3 to be able to play rook, to be able to play b5, b4. Wow, this is actually very, very sharp. I think both players have to really be on their toes and very careful here, because the advantage swings decisively on any misstep by either player. Oh my. So I'm seeing a very sharp game going on here between Wassily Ivanchuk as white and Jobava as black. Wassily has captured, that's interesting, he captured the rook on a4, and funnily enough, that was the move that I rejected because I thought that black was better after b takes a4. I'm sure I'm missing something, but what I have done, what I have done was played e6, takes, I took with the king, and we got a queen ending, but this position I thought was very favorable for black, and so I rejected it, not only because of taking the pawn, but I thought that there would be an opportunity for a move like Queen Ivanchuk. And again, black, to my mind, has the more dangerous pass pawn, and white would be very, very happy to escape with a draw. So I didn't want to go into this ending. Is there something that I've missed? Maybe King c4? I've missed something here. King c4. Maybe this is a draw? Okay, king and pawn endgames can be confusing, but why would Vasily go in this direction? Wow. Okay, let's see. King c6. And what to do? Well, there's a crazy line. The idea is that white might be able to establish a passed h-pawn. So the line that I have in mind to play, it's a little bit confusing, but e6 takes, h4, and I have this idea of h5, but I have to deal with e5 and a3, so I need to prepare that sequence. King c4, king, maybe I need to prepare the sequence with h4. Good grief. After 4 or 5 hours of hard play, the players are going to have to calculate a hair-raising king and pawn endgame here. I don't envy the players one bit. This is a very, very tough one to understand. Essentially what white is trying to do is white wants to be able to meet a3 with king b3. He wants to be able to play e6, and after captures to get this passed pawn, h-pawn, and if nothing else, he can also sneak around with his king like this to go king d3 all the way across to a3. Wow. A very, very sharp king and pawn ending. This again is one of those endings that you've burnt your bridges. You have to calculate such lines so deeply here. Maybe I'm making the wrong move when I'm playing this natural move king c6. Maybe black should be capturing this pawn. I'm not sure. I don't like this for black at the moment. This is quite scary. Okay, so a very important game that is going on here between Jobava and Ivanchuk with, it's over. My goodness, what has happened? What has happened? Okay. Rook takes a4, resigns. Oh my goodness, what have I missed? Oh goodness. Well, I would never have resigned in Jobava's shoes. I would have captured and said, okay, show me why I should resign. But let's see what I can imagine. I've been playing the move king c4, and I was thinking that after king c4 I was going to play king c6. And I was trying to fully understand why I should lose. I was looking at the move h4. Oh, I'm hoping that one of the players will join us to explain the intricacies of this king and pawn endgame, because I'm still playing catch-up with the players. I didn't quite understand the move resigns. Seems to me you can always resign. at least White would have to show some awesome technique here. My goodness. Well, hopefully we will get one of the players to come and join us, but this is a remarkable position to resign in. Wow, resigns. Now, if it was adjourned, in the old days, we would adjourn the game, and then, you know, after careful analysis, we would be certain of the move resigns. But something happened that I'm missing, that I would have definitely required my opponent to show how he would win the position. A remarkable decision by Jobava. Okay, so we have another decisive game. Now let me see what else is going on. When we left it, I thought that Hu Yifan was in trouble. Going back to this position, she did in fact play the move Rook E6, as was expected. Pardon me, Rook E6, Knight E4, Rook B8, Rook B4 getting out of the pin. And unfortunately for the Women's World Champion, she's a pawn down, but what's holding up this 3 versus 1 majority is this really ugly H6 pawn, which might be just as be well be as big a liability as it an asset. King G3. Wow. Okay. In general, I'm reluctant to play such moves, especially when I have the opportunity to play G4 followed by King G3 and trying to push the the majority. So King G3, I can only imagine that MVL is very desirous of getting his king into the game as quickly as possible with King F4 and King E5. And let me see, sorry, I think I don't have an update on the game. Just a moment. Oh, sorry, King G3 in fact has been the last move. So we can imagine that Hu Yifan would be desirous of getting her king into the action as well by playing King G7 and King F6. The small issue is that after, for example, Knight E4 check, Knight E4 check. I'm just thinking about the position after King E7. I'm still not quite sure whether, if I were white, whether I would want to trade knight versus bishop and go into a pure rook ending where, you know, the 3-4-1 majority on the king side should be decisive, except well, with just one connected, with one pass pawn, that might be enough counterplay for black. So maybe white needs to actually maintain this minor piece for a while. And something like G4 with ideas that in case of king here, knight, to keep the minor piece in the position. Sometimes I can't stand myself, just greedily eyeballing this pawn on H6. Okay, so definitely Hu Yifan under pressure in this one. And what other game do we have going on? This is from the Masters group. Anna Haas is playing. Shanklin making a draw. Sorry, I'm just taking a look now at some of the games from the Challenger section. Sam Sevian is playing against Robin van Camden, 4 versus 4. I must say I like Robin's bishop in these minor piece endings with pawns on both flanks. You had heard earlier we had Giri on our show, and Anish was talking about such minor piece endgames, mentioning also how good the bishop is against the knight when you have pawns on both flanks. All right. So what other games do we have in the A group that are ongoing? Jobava, Hui Fan, Magnus has made a draw, Caruana has won. Wesley. I haven't looked at Wesley's game in a while. And let's see what is going on in the game of Wesley. So, okay, when we have left it, check, knight a7, rook b8, rook takes c5, e5. Essentially, black's only means of counterplay is the pawn, is the passed e-pawn. Sometimes even with ideas of trying to get your king e5, king d4, not allowing knight c6 check, of course. Rook a5, rook d7. Wesley setting up a very nice rooks along the 6th rank. King e5. Now, can white wrong foot black somehow here? Sorry, I'm just playing catch-up with the position mentally, and I like white's position. I'm thinking that there ought to be a way of tricking black somehow. I'm looking at the move knight c6 check, king takes d5, and something like rook check. So the idea is that I want to be able to use my knight to go to e5. So obviously, for example, you see right away that, oops, that would be a bonehead decision. The king has to come back to e6. Now, I'm hoping that I'll be able to coordinate my rook and knight very nicely. So, for example, a move like knight d4 check, and, well, let me give you an example of a really lousy move. King f6, rook takes check, oops. Oopsie daisy. So you can't play king f6. Oops, that's the wrong move. I wanted to so, excuse me. King e6, knight d4 check. So you have to go king e7 or something with this, like this. Maybe king f7 right away. I have rook e5 check, king f7, knight takes. No, now I'm messing up with white. Oops, knight c4, forks rooks. Excuse me for that one, folks. I do have the move rook d5. Somehow I feel like I'm not getting exactly what I want here for Wesley. Hello, Vasily. Welcome. Friends, we have a special guest. Did the move resign surprise you? Yeah, Vasily, sit down, take a seat, please. I was getting completely confused by your ending. I didn't know what was going on, and then suddenly and very unexpectedly for us, your opponent has resigned. Please explain what is going on for Vasily in your game.
Oh, okay, it was quite complicated game. So I think critical.
Yes. What would you like
to make some moves?
Okay, this is how somehow you got
okay.
this position.
So before, in move 20, I played c5 and.
You mean much before?
Yes.
So back here.
So c5, it's hardly.
You weren't satisfied with this move.
No, I think that queen b3 it's correct idea.
Just a normal move.
Yes, queen b3 and to have a slightly better position. Okay.
It's very reasonable.
Okay, after c5. Okay.
So here something went wrong, you mean, c5?
Yes. Now I expected something like rook c6 or bishop f8.
Rook c6 or maybe bishop
f8. So I expected this, yes. And of course I can knight c2, queen c4.
Make draw with repetition.
Yes, and not so easy. It's draw if I am taken on d6, for example, knight c2, queen c4, c takes d6, rook c6 is coming, and of course I can make draw again, but it's not clear if I have something more. So okay, maybe. But queen a5, I missed such a move.
So
queen a5, and now suddenly I'm
c5, queen
yes,
a5.
and probably practically I could take c takes d6, rook takes c3. Pawn takes c3, queen takes a3, rook takes b7, something like this. Queen c3, rook d3, and okay, I don't know what is this, but who is better? Okay, maybe it was the best for me. But also after c takes d6, b5 is option for black.
He doesn't have to go for two pieces.
b5, knight c2, b4, knight e2, something like this. And
just chasing your knights away.
Yes, bishop f8 somehow, and for sure excellent compensation for the pawn. And okay, so I took on d6 with rook, bishop f8 also was good option. Just take on d6 was completely possible. C takes d6 is bad because rook c3.
Right. So your intention was probably
yes,
to take
queen d6, bishop f8, queen e5, and queen b6 is losing. Queen e5, knight d7. It's ugly position because after knight c5 and knight d3 is coming.
And knights look very strange.
Yes. So my plan was here play queen d2, something like this, bishop c5, knight c2, and somehow. To keep my position. Okay, so he played bishop f8 immediately. Also possible. I took, and now it's important that after queen a4 he has queen c7, because endgame is acceptable for me. But queen c7 is really unpleasant because I cannot defend my pawn. If before or queen before, rook d3 coming, and it's very unpleasant.
Oops. This is an uninvited guest.
Yes, so okay, I played queen e2, bishop c5, knight c2. Okay, of course I am worse here.
Yes.
Even after bishop e7, black is at least slightly better.
With two bishops.
Okay, bishop d4. Okay, queen e1. So I am trying to defend.
Yes.
Okay, b5. Yes, knight takes d4.
And this was a nice escaping move, bishop g5, and also very important.
Yes,
move,
but bishop f6 may be also possible here.
Really? Okay, I was surprised. Can we play c2? Oh,
c2, bishop d8.
Well,
if c2,
it actually works.
Yes, and bishop takes a5 and draw.
That's a very nice.
Yeah.
That's a very nice tactics.
Yes.
You don't see it very often.
Yeah.
But,
So bishop f6 is also.
I think we see the kinds of tactics where c2 wins. We see all of these tactical puzzles where the pawn attacks rook is.
Yes, but maybe after computers suggest after bishop f6, bishop takes a2 maybe.
Bishop takes a2. No, it's.
If take rook, queen takes. It's important that king on g1. If king on h1, rook d1 is possible. Because after take, check, and take on b2.
Okay, help us out with that one. That one fast.
But now queen b6 check. It's black is winning.
And then black is winning, just to take. I see.
So this was problem. So queen takes c3. Okay, I should play this.
So this is
bad endgame because
nothing to discuss.
So bishop g5, it's correct. Queen c3 correct. Bishop a2 correct.
So at this point, I was thinking you've made equality, that you but you don't have ambition that you will win the game.
No, for surely. Black cannot lost if they doesn't want to win.
Yes, he's trying.
Yes. Okay, but it's risky to put king c7. It's quite risky plan. Okay, after f5 he could come back king d6 or king d7
and keeping.
Yes. But this is risky, and it was 40 moves. King d5 looks like king e5 much stronger. Yes,
exactly. So first of all, I had a big question. Why didn't you play king e5?
Yes, okay, because I have only few seconds on the clock.
Okay,
it's not a reasonable explanation.
Okay, good. I'm glad you found it, because I was suffering with my audience to try to understand it. So king d5 is last move of time control for you.
So
king b6, and now difficult decisions.
Yes, I understood that I should defend rook a3, e5, e5. Yes.
Okay, so now.
Yes, now and okay. I don't know. Okay, but I was sure that I'm not worse here, because if a4, king d6 is my plan.
Okay, that was my question. So a4, king d6. I think I wanted to do it another way, by the way. I think we were getting the same position as...
maybe e6 also.
Oh, I'm sorry. I made it the wrong move order. So I wanted, as black, I was thinking that black was trying. Let's put it that way.
This way. Okay.
Now you must play f6.
f6, yes.
So then we have f6, a4. So
king
not
d6,
great.
king d6.
Right. And I'm getting lost in the confusion of what is going on here.
Yes, but by intuition, okay, it's maybe draw, but
active king is very good.
Yes, I think black should be precise.
Black should be precise.
Yes.
Okay, so that's important already.
Yes.
That.
Yes, but at the game he just collapsed. He played rook a4.
Now explain to me. Okay, so you say very nicely he collapsed, which I gather, but why? Why are you winning?
King c4.
And okay, so. By the way, now I have an opportunity to resign, but I still need to see.
Okay, king d3.
King d3.
Yes.
Okay. And this is so simple.
e6.
Okay. Then I apologize. Let me take first.
Okay.
Yes.
Take.
King.
e6.
Okay.
f6.
Okay.
c4.
And it's not so simple. It's going so simple.
c5.
Yeah.
c6.
And check means nothing.
King c2.
Yeah. And the right.
Yes.
Beautiful, but okay, a little bit of a gift.
It's not so difficult for a good grandmaster.
Thank you, Vasily. Have good luck. Much success. I think I just had the cobwebs cleared. But all right, still a remarkable decision, I feel. that Jobava has resigned. And okay, Vasily made it look very, very clear that he had this very simple idea of just getting a passed F pawn. And with his F and C pawn, as he demonstrated, it was a very easy and clean win. But for guys like me, I would have kind of appreciated to have seen that. We're just going to take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll come back to wrap up the action here at the Tata Steel 2015 edition tournament of round 1. And I will do my best to recover from an analysis session with Vasily Ivanchuk. Thank you.
"2014 was a great year for chess. Chess 24 went live as the Tiger returned. China beat 170 nations north of the Arctic Circle. The world champion held on to his crown. A new contender went on a spectacular run. Here's to a 2015 full of more great chess. Follow it here on Chess 24.
Magnus, back in Vachier-Lagrave after a year of absence. How does it feel?
Feels like coming back home. So it's great to be here. Over all the times I've been here, and not least the last time when I had a great time and a great score. It's always fun to come back.
Thank you very much. Well, you're obviously rating-wise the favorite, the clear favorite. But how do you estimate your chances?
It's very tough. Fabiano is extremely good. Also, Levon Aronian. He's always doing well here. As he feels refreshed because he always has the vacation before the tournament, and he works a little bit, and he always feels great when he comes here. Yeah. I try to do the same. So now I had a bit of a vacation after the World Championship, and I'm feeling refreshed and ready to go.
Okay. Then at some point during the year, it seemed that Caruana was catching up with you on the rating list. How did you feel about that?
Not great, but the thing is that it's not enough to play some good tournaments. You need very consistent, high performance. And I think Fabiano's best tournaments, as you can see, they are as good as mine, but he still needs to be consistent. But he is a force to be reckoned with in every tournament, and even this one.
Okay. How was your preparation on the tournament? Could you work?
I have mostly been relaxing, but I've been in touch with my second, Peter Heine Nilsson, and we've been discussing some different openings, some different ideas. But he's probably been working more than I have.
Okay, good luck and thank you very much.
Coverage of the 2015 Tata Steel Chess Festival. After our break, I'm still kind of recoiling or recovering from the decision of Jobava to resign in this specific position. For those of you who were so lucky to get it, we had Vasily Ivanchuk explaining why it was all so very simple. And here I am, a grandmaster, still feeling it wasn't so very simple. What Vasily explained was that after rook takes a4, b takes a4, his intention was king c4. He was prepared to meet king c6 with king d3, and what he explained was that after e6, f takes e6, he was going to play f6, and his f pawn and his c pawn were going to drive themselves up the board. So, for example, a3, king here, e5, and white's pawns are simply too fast for black to deal with. Very, very nice. I think our audience would have appreciated seeing the actual moves being played, but Jobava, recognizing that he was indeed lost, resigned. Again, I think a premature resignation, but a fortunate win, as Vasily himself agreed that he has won. In the clip that you just saw, Magnus Carlsen at the opening ceremony has mentioned that Fabiano Caruana is a force to be reckoned with in every event, and today the world's #2 player has won with the black pieces against Ding Laren, as you are likely aware. We have a few games that are still ongoing. I will bring one of them up on our screen, as the women's world champion Hu Yifan is doing her best to try to save a pawn-down ending against MVL. When we left it, we were just about somewhere around these parts, and I was a little bit surprised by the decision of MVL to play King G3. I think many of us my speaking for myself, I mean to say, of course, would have prefaced the advance of the king with the advance of the pawn, trying to, as quickly as possible, get those guys going. That was not his decision. He played king g3, king g7, king f4, king f6. We were here when we left. g4 now, rook a8, a very understandable move. Black is trying to get some counterplay with her passed pawn, activating her rook. Rook b3, interesting decision. Rook b3. Wow, rook b3. It seems to be the day for endings, and rook b3 really a little bit confusing, I must say. I think I would have been more inclined myself to play knight e4 check and knight c5 to stop rook a4. Rook b3, well, rook b8. Again, black wants to play to create counterplay with her b-pawn by playing b4. Knight e4 check, knight c5. Bishop c6. Whoa! Knight a6. That is a surprising move to my eyes. The first move that comes to mind is to plant the king in the middle of the board with king e5 so that you can push your f-pawn while also keeping the opponent's king blocked. Knight a6, check, king g3, bishop d5, and let me see if I'm up to date with this game. Bishop d5, where are you? Okay, I am not up to date, because after bishop d5, I seem to, no, there we have it. We do have an updated. I was a bit afraid that my screen had frozen. Check, king d6, and now, well, I suppose rook d3 gets my attention, because a little bit awkward here for black. The straightforward threat, of course, is knight b4, and it's not easy to see where black's king is going. Just a second. This looks too simple. Check has been played. King d6 is on my board, and MVL, of course, has played rook d3. Rook d8. Okay. Rook d8. For a moment there, I thought, that looks decisive, but rook d8, well, I don't know exactly what Hu Yifan's intentions are after f4. She's got to break this terrible pin that's occurring on the d file with a move like king c6, but I don't see how that really breaks the pin at the moment. I think I would just slowly but surely advance on the king side, and one day this f-pawn is going to be really serious. So I had better play better for black here. So rook d8, f4, maybe king e7, but in that case the knight still keeps the b-pawn adequately blockaded, and f5. Well, I must say first impressions are very favorable for white, that despite the fact that this knight is not playing a very, well, major role, it's doing enough, which is just keeping the b-pawn stopped, and in the meanwhile white is getting ready to have two connected passed pawns on the king side. So Hu Yifan still in a lot of trouble in this game. Let's see what other games there are going on. I didn't see Wesley So's game for some while, and that game is still ongoing. Let's see, when we have left it, Wely was looking pretty good. We were about these parts, and I was thinking that check, king takes check, was going to lead to something, but I almost never wanted to play f3 takes e4. I was doing actually my very best to avoid playing f3 takes e4. I think my primary move was in fact knight d4 check at this exact moment. Knight d4 check was my key move. I see from the webcam that the game between Sam Sevian in the challengers group has finished. We'll look at that in a moment. First, we'll get up to date with Wely. So he is captured. Wely captured. A move I resisted as mentioning. Oh, okay. So Wely recaptured a pawn on h5. For some reason, that pawn was not a key attraction for me. I'm still trying to fully understand why he didn't play knight d4 check. King f7. Knight takes f5. Perhaps this isn't leading anywhere, but this looks like the way to go, in my opinion. He's taken, and let me see where we stand at the moment. We've had a repetition, and Wely to play. Well, 3 versus 3, and with these dangerous pawns, I must say, I find this a little bit worrisome for white. I would probably be inclined to take the draw or the repetition that seems to be on offer at the moment with knight c6. Maybe white could still play the position on with a move like king f2, but my first impression is that this could be playing with fire, that things could easily go awry for white in this position. So I'm expecting a draw in this game. Let's see how the young American prodigy Sam Sevian has finished. When I left it, I thought that Sam was in trouble. I saw again very recently from the webcam that the game is ended. Yi has made a draw. Anna Haas has made a draw. David Klein, Jan Timman, a draw. Seeing a lot of draws going on here. Erwin Lamy, draw with David Navarra. And Sam lost. Okay, so the power of the bishop versus the knight. So we left it around these parts, and this is what has happened. Ooh, white's king is marching very nicely up the board. And white just managed to win the f7 pawn essentially for free. And 3 connected pass pawns on the queen side carried the game for Robin van Kampen. So a nice start for the event for Robin, and Sam really getting a chance to face some very serious competition here. And the challenger section starts with a loss in 2015. So again, let's take a look at the game of the Women's World Championship, Women's World Champion. And also, I just want to say that any observations or questions that you might have, you can do so in through a Twitter account at Tata Steel, hashtag Tata Steel, and Maxime has won. All right. So Hu Yifan. Let me go back to that game in a moment. So, after, oh my goodness, after rook d8, it was just resigns. So, Hu Yifan apparently did not wait for white to play the move f4, but recognizing there was very little that she could do about white's plan of just simply advancing on the king side, Hu Yifan resigned the game. So Maxime joins in the winner circle in round 1. Again, we'll just go to Wesley So's game for a moment. I'm expecting that Wesley will make a draw, but he is playing on. Okay, when we left it, we were just here. Check, pardon me, check, king, rook d5. So rook d5. So black's pieces are a bit tied up, but I'm looking at these pawns with a little fear. So black's pawns pieces, I'm wondering, should I just hate being in these pins as black, and I would look for an opportunity to release the pin somehow. I want to play the move king e7, e3, and somehow force the trade of a lot of the rooks. But then I think Wesley made a very interesting decision. If all 4 rooks came off, so for example, let's say that white played a move like king f2, check, king here, for example, and we get a very straightforward knight ending. Well, as we know in knight endings, it's the outside pass pawns that make the difference in knight endings, and this is an ideal example of that this h-pawn is more threatening than these 2 very centralized pawns. So for example, if we get a situation like this, we can see that this pawn, it's very easy that for white to blockade these pawns on f4 and e3, and they're more of a liability than an asset. So maybe here Radoslav has some problems that are not so easy to solve. So we've just seen this move rook d5. I've been looking at king e7. Maybe that's not the way to go. Not so easy for black, actually. I've underestimated this idea of Wesley, which was rook takes h5. Not intuitively obvious that you wanted to capture this pawn on h5, but now you see it, suddenly you start to understand that the pawn on h3 is quite a dangerous pawn. I've played king e7, king f2, and now maybe I have to play differently. Well, I must play differently as black, because the variation I mentioned a moment ago is definitely in white's favor. The problem is it's not very easy for black to untangle. Maybe, for example, the desirable move rook g6 runs into a problem after knight f5 check. Knight takes, on the first glance, you see that both of white's rooks are hanging, but he can just simply force the win of an exchange with rook takes d7, check, king takes d7, rook takes g6, and white wins. So it's not easy for black to actually make a reasonable move here. Good grief. He's really, really tied up. Wow. I must say, a very strange construction of pieces, where on first blush you think that black is well centralized as king on e7, knight on d6 is 2 rooks, two passed pawns on e4 and f4. Black shouldn't have that many problems. And then you say, okay, but find a good move. The knight cannot move on d6 because of rook takes d7, rook takes f6. Well, we're back to this one, knight to e8. I just don't know what else to suggest for black. And again, I was just pointing out that this very strange knight ending, in the previous version I had actually played the move e3 check, and that was probably a mistake. But even so, so how do I get it? I want to encourage black to advance his pawns, but now I see, instead of going knight h5, which would be an error, allowing me knight c3, there's knight d5. So, well, maybe this is not the way for white. I was thinking that it was a simple ending, and I no longer think it's that simple. So again, we're looking at knight e8, and let me just get an update from the players. I'll go to my screen. Okay, so we do have a move after rook check, king f7, rook d5, king e8 was played. In certain variations that we were looking at a moment ago, there was a rook takes d7 was coming with a check, so we can understand that black wanted to get away from rook takes d7 so that he can move his knight and not suffer the consequences of rook d7 check. Okay, so does this make a big difference? So for example, let's ask the direct question, king f2, and now can black afford to move his knight? For example, knight c4. So suddenly all the rooks are hanging. And that looks like a good move, actually. If black can get away with this move, well, but of course I can just maybe snap a pawn. Something like this. I am losing this pawn on a3, but I'm picking up this guy on f4. Again, it looks to me that Wely still has winning chances, or the better chances in the position that he has an advantage. Well, I don't know. Macaulay, how do we feel? We've made a good work for today?
Yeah, I think we're just going to get a video with Fabiano.
At the moment, one of our roving reporters is trying to track down Fabiano Caruana. Maybe he will join us. Maybe we'll just get a video. Oh, it was recorded earlier. I'm sorry. So we have a recording with Fabiano that we will play for you shortly. It's been a long day here in Game 1, but a very good round of fighting chess. To review our results, we have a few winners. In the eagerly awaited match between Giri, the top player from Holland, versus world champion Magnus Carlsen, it was a well-played, hard-fought draw. We saw the shocking was Vasily Ivanchuk winning against Jobava from a very equalish ending where Vasily was trying to hold the position, but became a very fortunate winner indeed. We saw the draw between Luke van Wely and Timur Radjabov. I thought that Timur had the better chances, but Luke defended very well in that game. Women's world champion Hu Yifan has lost to France's #1 player, Maxime. And that was the well-played draw of Magnus and Anish. The first result of the Premier Group was a draw between Ivan Saric and Levon Aronian. World #2, Fabiana Caruana, won as black against Ding Laren. It appeared that, okay, Ding was outplayed, but at some moment towards the end of the first time control, there was a calculation error, and Ding ended up a rook behind and lost the game. And finally, as we look, Wesley So is still trying to squeeze a win against Poland's #1 player, Radoslav Vachier. I'll mess it up. Radoslav, let's just say, is still defending against Wesley. So I think it's going to be a draw, but definitely Wesley is pressing. Wojtaszek. Oh boy, that's a good one. Wojtaszek. I'm very proud of myself that I did very good there with Wojtaszek. And in the B group, I just saw that to do a review of the B group, I do apologize to the challenger section that I hardly did too much of their games. Sam Shanklin, America's Sam Shanklin, played against Yi Wei. He is the prodigy from China. It's nowadays the word prodigy is used so often because so many of their players are so young. But that game had ended in a draw. Wei versus Sam Shanklin, and we had in the game the lowest rated player in the tournament, Ari Dale, who has qualified from the previous edition of 2014. He made it to the B group. He is drawn with Anna Haas, the women's champion of Holland. Let me see. Erwin Lamy drew with David Navarra. David Navarra, of course, from the Czech Republic, is the highest rated player in the field, sporting a rating of over 2,700. Jan Timman, the veteran, if we use the word prodigy to describe everybody else, we definitely use the word veteran to describe Jan Timman. Bishops of opposite color endgame. Final position, an extra pawn for Jan, but the position was agreed a draw. Sam Sevian has lost to Robin van Kampen. In this game, what has happened? Oh, this is the Robin van Kampen set. Wait a minute, what game do I have? I have two games of Robin van Kampen at the moment. Oh, pardon me. This is actually Michels Bart from Belgium has played against Valentina Gunina, I believe is right. Draw agreed in this game. And last, but certainly not least, Salam Sela from the United Arab Emirates has drawn with Russian player Vladimir Potkin. You will remember that Vladimir Potkin, in the Bishops of opposite color ending, had won the European Individual Championship. A real breakthrough at the time. I remember being extraordinarily impressed with Vladimir. But following that result, by the way, he really hasn't stood out. He hasn't made the breakthroughs that I had expected him to make that after he won the European championship. So the only decisive game in the B group was Robin van Kampen's victory over Sam Savian, something that the Dutch fans here in Wijk aan Zee will certainly cheer, as Robin van Kampen leads the Challengers group, and it goes without mention that the winner of the Challengers group is automatically invited to the Premier group in the following year. So, congratulations to Robin. So, we will wrap it up for today. Again, thank you all for joining us. We will be doing daily commentaries, streaming throughout the event. I'll be host for quite a number of the matches, but of course I won't be here throughout. I'll take a break somewhere in the mid, but I'm thinking I'm here at least through the first 8 rounds or so. All right. Thank you all for joining me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves, and as we go through to tomorrow's coverage, do look for having the webcam on the individual games. We'll work out some technical issues there, and we can only improve. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.